this January meeting of the Police and Fire Retirement Board to order. I will now do the roll call. Andrew, you here?
Here.
You might be muted. Sunita, are you here?
I am here, yes.
Great, thanks. Howard, are you here? Howard, Trustee Lee, don't see him. Ashfar, are you here?
I'm here, yeah.
Great. Nick, are you here?
Yes, sir. Happy New Year.
Good. Happy New Year to you too, Nick. Dick, you're here. Go ahead and thanks, Dick. Vince, you're here?
Yes, here.
Vince? Okay,
Yep.
thanks. Franco, are you on?
I'm on.
Great, thanks, Franco. And I, Chair Lanza, I am here. Let's see, I have a closed session item. Linda, you're going to invite us all to a separate room. Is that how this works?
Yes, Michelle will let you in the room.
Great. All right, so everybody just keep your eyes on your screen. You should be getting the invite to a separate room very shortly. Or not. out of the closed session. I delayed something before the closed session. I'd like to deal with it now that we have all the trustees here. It's a commendation for our fellow trustee and friend, Franco. So Franco, if you'll allow me, I'd like to read this in its entirety. As you know, our mission is to ensure prompt professional delivery of services and benefits to our members and to collect, invest, and expend system assets in a prudent, fair, and timely manner. I can assure all of you that Franco is held to the highest trust in that regard. Whereas Franco Valdo, who was appointed to the Board of Administration of the City of San Jose Police and Fire Department Plan in February 2016 as the police employee representative, and whereas in appreciation of Franco's 4 solid years and 11 months of service, where he served as chair of the Audit Risk Committee, no easy task, I did that myself, where he worked on the city auditor recommendations and managed the approval to the pension administration system, comprehensive annual report, the CAFR, and the popular annual report, the PAFR, and whereas Franco served on the governance committee, and whereas Franco served on the disability committee as an alternate, and whereas Franco has offered stability and a progressive view and valuable insight into the active membership concerns. I echo that thought. And whereas during a period of change regarding the vacancy of the CIO, Franco offered leadership during challenging times to the plan. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Administration, Police and Fire Department Retirement Plan of the City of San Jose, that this Board of Administration extends its most heartfelt thanks to Franco Valdo for his dedicated years of service to the Police and Fire Department Retirement Plan and for his adherence to high standards of quality for this board and for his performance of valued service. Presented the 7th day of January 2021, unanimous ayes by the other 8 of us. Franco, I suppose cryptically, I'd like to say that the best is yet to come, and I personally thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Back on to the agenda in sequence. We've got orders of the day. First, good news, we're not waiting sunshine on everything. Go ahead.
Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
I apologize. I just I didn't want to let Franco get away with just saying thank you. So I just wanted to, on behalf of the staff and the members, obviously thank Franco for his dedication and commitment over the last 5 years, as well as his support of staff. I think, as the commendation indicated, he was especially valuable in providing foresight to the board and staff on the concerns from an active membership standpoint, right? He has, he's a little closer to the grind, and he probably understands those issues from the active side better than most of us do. So we appreciate that. And now that he's retiring, I want to wish him a very, very long and healthy retirement, and to remind Franco that we would love to have him back, and if he's willing and able to pursue trusteeship with the board as a retiree, he has our full support, and we would love for him to try to do that, and we would love to have him back, obviously. And speaking by myself here, but I'm hoping the board feels the same way. So best of luck to you, Franco, and thank you for your great work.
Thank you. And I just might be back.
I said the best is yet to come, Franco. Thank you so much, Roberto. All right, so orders today. We don't have to wave sunshine on anything. Let me start off by just saying sort of 2 things from my personal standpoint. I'm going to sort of resort to first names. It's how I sort of think of all of you. I come from a world where we all refer to each other by first names. I mean no disrespect by it. It's just sort of natural. I will lapse into that in any case, so I may as well just start off doing it deliberately. Second thing, I would ask Roberto, Harvey, and Prabhu, as always, you guys are all gentlemen of the highest degree. Please butt in, interrupt me. As you did, Harvey, you said, there's no report out. As you just did, Roberto, I take no offense. I see it as a form of friendship and camaraderie that you want to keep me on the, as we say, the paths of rectitude and veracity. So feel free, you guys, to jump in and keep us on track and doing the right thing anytime you want. So Zoom protocols, just to remind everybody, for maybe people in the audience who aren't there, we'll go round robin. I'll call people out by name when we call for a vote or after a topic to see if they have any comments on it. But in general, if a speaker is speaking and you have a very topical question, go ahead and jump in. You don't have to wait to raise your hand or anything. If that becomes odious, we'll do it. But we've been doing it the last, Andrew did a great job of doing this. And I think, some questions are topical, some can be held. And I trust all of my fellow trustees to know the difference between that. Try to remember to stay on mute. I know I just had a leaf blower going, and so I was on and off of it. Let's see. And then there is one slight amendment. The service retirement for Hung T. Bui, we were going to change the retirement date from January 15th, 2021 to just 1 week later, January 22nd, 2021. So that's now been read into the record. And if I happen to remember it when we get to it later in the agenda, I will do it. I had a catch-up call with Prabhu yesterday. He reminded me that we are time certain on Jeremy Avenue, 9:45 a.m., right, Prabhu?
That's right, Drew.
So we will hold, I may skip forward in the agenda over the next 20 minutes, but I will not skip to Chiron because that'll probably be more than 20 minutes. So our first order of business is the consent calendar. Does anybody want to pull anything off the consent calendar?
I'd like
If
to
not, I'll
comment
entertain.
on one item, Drew.
All right, Vince. Yeah, go ahead.
This is item 1.3D. Actually, I'm sorry, 1.4D. I just think it's important in a public meeting like this that our CIO receive the recognition that this article provides. It's a testament to the hard work that Prabhu has done, his ability to develop the team, retain the team, work with the boards on both sides, which can be very challenging given a number of trustees there are, and of course also reach out to stakeholders. I mean, it's just, aside from what we've accomplished with the plan over the last 12 months, he's done a brilliant job. This article recognizes him for that, and I just wanted to do that as well publicly. So congratulations, Prabhu.
Thank you, Vince.
Yeah, I would echo that. I would also say we sort of had the same thing in venture capital where we need publicity because we've got to go out and find limited partners. We don't want too much publicity. And I think, Roberto, you and Prabhu really struck an excellent balance of getting our name out there enough that it helps us to establish relationships, but not so much that you're burning cycles on it. So hats off to both of you for that as well, if I can. Anybody else want to pull anything else off the consent calendar?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't want to pull another item, but I do wanted to echo the words by Vince about Prabhu. It's been a real pleasure on behalf of the staff and the members of the plans. He has done an outstanding job. I was a bit concerned at the beginning because as anyone that has not worked in the government before, he will be the first one to tell you that it takes some time to get used to managing the timelines and the challenges sometimes of working for the government vis-a-vis a private institution. And he's smiling because he knows, there are some challenges. But I mean, that really just has been something that he mastered as well. He is an excellent communicator. He has done an excellent job managing the staff and really dealing with the stakeholders, whether they're retirees, active members, city administration. So we are extremely lucky to have him on board. And so again, on behalf of the staff and the members, I want to congratulate him for those achievements, which I think he will be the first one to tell you that it's really not just him, but his team that he managed very, very, very well. So Prabhu, we are excited and happy to have you on board, and congratulations, because of the recognition that you have received on this article. So thank you very much for your work and commitment to the plans.
Thank you, Robert. I was smiling not because of anything else, just that I'm still not used to government work. It still drives me crazy.
That's what got invented beer, my friend. Let's do it. Dick, do you want to make a motion to approve it?
Yes.
Great. Motion by Santos, approved consent calendar. Do I have a second?
Second,
Gardner.
trustee Cesari.
Second by Sanzari. Let's go down the list. Andrew, aye or nay?
Aye.
Sunita?
Aye.
Howard?
Yes.
Ashvar?
Aye.
Nick?
Aye.
Dick?
Yes.
Vince?
Aye.
Franco?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. That takes us to investments. Peru, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Drew. There's only one agenda item in investments this morning, and that is the education session by Jeremy Evnine. And as I mentioned before, Jeremy won't be here till 9:45. So hopefully we can get back to this agenda item once Jeremy calls in. But I just wanted to let the board know I do have preliminary numbers from Makita. And for calendar year 2021, police and fire pension plan was actually up 13%. So we returned 13% for the calendar year. And fiscal year to date through December 31st, the preliminary numbers show we were up 15.25%.
Every now and then being a contrarian pays off, huh, Vince? Holy crap doodles, man. That's a lot of money.
Good job.
All right. We are going to skip over then 4B. I'm sorry. We will skip over then 2B. I'm sorry. Hang on. We'll skip over 2B. We will skip over 3A. Can I go to 4A and you, Roberto? Are you ready to go?
Yes, you may, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things. I want to remind you, obviously, this is a 10-month that we are working remotely. And as always, I want to remind you that staff continue working mostly from home remotely. And we are obviously completing our core duties, and more specifically, obviously, making sure that retirees get their monthly benefit every month, timely and accurately. A couple of things, if you bear with me, Mr. Chair, and you're aware of this as a member of the Disability Committee. Our medical advisor, who works with both boards, Dr. Tierman, her contract is expiring this June 30th, and the boards have been lucky to, over the last 20 years or so, because the city had a position where they had a doctor on board, to have someone advising them on disability applications as a medical advisor. And Dr. Treeman has done a magnificent job. I just want to let you all know that she is not going to be looking to renew her contract. So if we are lucky, we'll have her through June 30th. That means that staff is really right now kicking off a request for proposal process to seek new medical advisors for both boards. And the reason this is, and we may have to discuss this in more detail at a future meeting, but the reason I wanted to advise you of that this morning is because last time that we went out for an RFP for medical advisor services, we did not get many applications. In fact, we only got one, and we did end up hiring the medical advisor who has done work with other systems across the state. He worked with us for just 30 days and resigned. So we have been quite unlucky. And so there is a very good chance that if we go out to hire these services, we may not find a medical advisor just like what the boards have been used to working with. Now, that does not mean that we do not, if we don't have a medical advisor, we cannot continue working on disabilities. And by the way, a side note, I want to make a distinction between these services and the medical panel that you have been accustomed to listening to. That's a complete different RFP. The medical panel will be for something that they will take over the decision making for the disabilities that is now being decided by your board. So that's a complete different RFP. This is just a medical advisor to work with the boards. If we are not successful on finding an individual just working for your boards, we may have to start considering working with independent medical advisors or examiners, which we do have contracts right now. In fact, there is a contract that you're going to be hopefully approving later today of exam works. So it would just be that instead of having your own doctor giving you an analysis, you will really rely on the work and the medical analysis by independent medical advisor, right? So again, just kind of giving you the background, so to let you know what the possibilities are, but we will keep you posted on the work. I just want to let you know. You just heard that Franco will be retiring, so his last day as an active member is January 9th. Once he retires, that position will become available, and we will work with the city clerk to initiate the recruitment process so that we can have a new police active member on your board. And we will also be working with the city clerk on kicking off the retiree application process. And so again, we will keep you posted on how that develops. I also want to let you know that last month we welcomed our new senior auditor to the office. We are very excited about his work. He has extremely strong background on internal audit, and he's looking forward to working with you boards. Later today, I believe you're going to be making decisions on committee assignments. So as soon as audit committee chair is established and is also done by federated, I will have then both of those chairs introduced to the senior internal auditor, because that position should have direct access to both chairs of the audit committee. I think I also mentioned to you as part of the budget that because of the remote work, we bought laptops for everyone at the office so they can be working on those laptops from home. We are at this point about 50% completed on providing everyone at the office with a laptop to work remotely. We will continue that work as we go along. We also purchased new iPads for all trustees, and I don't believe that all of you have received all the new iPads, but I think most of you are there. If you haven't received the new iPad, please reach out to Linda and let us know, because if you haven't received it, you should be receiving it very, very soon. But point being is that once you receive the new iPad, you're going to have instructions, and then I believe you're also going to receive some package so you can send the all iPad back to the office. We, towards the end of the holiday, had a holiday virtual party with the staff that was actually very well attended, and it was very interesting. We were there for about 2-3 hours. So I want to publicly thank the committee that did an excellent job putting together our virtual holiday. The January newsletter, which you will see on your agenda at the next meeting, is actually going to be mailed out next week. Lastly, I want to let you know the working group that was put together by the mayor is going to have a meeting on Monday. It's going to be one of the last meetings. So we will keep you posted on what that working group comes out with recommendations to the city council. January, as you know, the calendar year ends on December 31st. So by January 31st, one of our big jobs is to issue the 1099-R forms, which is the tax form that indicates to the retirees the amount of payments that they receive for calendar year 2020. That will take place this month, and they should be all issued by the end of this month. And lastly, I want to let you know that in remembrance of Martin Luther King, the city and our office will be closed to celebrate Martin Luther King Day on Monday, January 18th. Mr. Chair, that concludes my comments and report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions for Roberto? If not, let's try to squeeze one more agenda item, and I see Jeremy's not yet online. Councilman Pampoli, I see you're online. Can you jump in and give us your thoughts and report, please?
Sure, not too many thoughts today, other than Franco, congratulations and thank you for your many years of service to the retirement board and to the community. I hope to see you back in your retiree position. Next week is the committee assignments we're reappointed to various committees, and like it or not, I have been reappointed to this committee. I'm really excited about that because my first year I really knew nothing about what was going on in this committee. The second year, which we've just completed, I feel like a little more aware of what's happening on the retirement board. So the third year, I should be completely up to speed and a total expert on this. Just kidding about being an expert, but I will be more up to speed, and I really look forward to serving as the liaison between the council and this retirement board. Other than that, we just had our first council meeting, so there's really not much to report there. We are facing a budget deficit. Again, we're projected currently at 50 million for the fiscal year. All offices, all departments will be asked to take a reduction in their expenses. So how that will affect and by all of the offices, I mean the council office and mayor's office as well. What that really means, I don't know yet. It's too early to know for sure, but we are facing a budget deficit. And as you know, COVID is not getting better. The vaccine's coming out, and we hope that the vaccine will bring us all hope and back to work as we were before. I won't say normal because I don't know what that means anymore, but I'm projecting, at least for my council office, that we won't be back at City Hall until August through the fiscal year. And then we'll be back, hopefully, once the vaccine is readily available. And I heard today, or I read in the paper, that the governor is considering rolling out the vaccine differently by lowering the bar on age. So any of you who are 50 or older might qualify in the next tier of next round of vaccines instead of waiting for the third round of vaccines. I'm sure there's no one who's 50 on this group. Everyone's younger, except for me, who's a little bit old. With that, I'm done. I don't have anything else of substance to report.
Great. Any questions for Councilwoman Foley? Let me see if Jeremy is online.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
before
go ahead,
we go to
Roberto.
Jeremy, staff just texted me. There was an actual, I believe, on the order to the day, you did read that there was a change of retirement day into the record. I understand
Yes.
you did that. And I think that actually requires a motion and an approval. That's what staff is telling me. So, council, if that is correct, then I will ask the chair to ask the board for a motion and approval for the orders of the day.
Isn't that the change that's listed on the agenda already?
Linda, are you there?
No, this change
No,
was on orders of the day. It is not on the agenda.
yeah, that makes sense. Harvey, should I go ahead and make the motion for that?
To accept the orders of the day, yes. I thought you were simply reading the one that was already noted on the record.
Yeah, no, it's a different name. So I will move that we accept the orders of the day, specifically the change in the service requirement for Hung Ji Bui from January 15th, 2021 to January 22nd, 2021. Do I have a second?
Gardner, second.
Great. Motion by Lanza, second by Gardner. Andrew, how do you vote?
Aye.
Sunita, how do you vote? Sunita? Howard?
Sorry, I was looking for my unmute. I vote aye.
Howard?
Yes.
Ashvar?
Aye.
Nick?
Aye.
Dick?
Aye.
Vince says aye. Franco?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Why don't we take a 5-minute bio break? Let me check one more time. He was not on a minute ago. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute bio break, waiting for Jeremy to get on. We'll reconvene at 10 till the hour. Thanks, everybody. just went bong, which means it's 10 to the hour of 10. And let's go ahead and get restarted here. Prabhu just gave me a shout out that Jeremy's running a little bit late. So I'm going to exercise my prerogative as chairman and hold item 2B, which is Jeremy. I'm also going to hold items 3A and 4C, which are Chiron for after Jeremy. No offense, Bill and Ann, but Jeremy's in Israel, so I want to be time sensitive to him. Roberto, if you're there, can I ask you to pick up with item 4D?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'll turn this over to our Deputy Director, Barbara Heyman. Barbara, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes.
We sure can. Thanks, Barbara.
Okay. So good morning, Barbara Heyman, ORS Deputy Director. This request is for to extend the term of the agreement the boards have with ExamWorks to December 31st, 2025, and to add additional funds in the amount of 250,000, which would increase the total not to exceed amount of the agreement to 500,000. And ExamWorks, as Roberto mentioned earlier in his oral update, provides independent medical examination for disability applicants. ExamWorks have a huge roster of physicians. They have over 300 in California and in many other states as well. And they're able to provide independent medical examination appointments in San Jose. The original agreement with ExamWorks was a 5-year, and it was effective in March of 2016. And that agreement is set to expire in March 2021.
Great. Barbara, have you generally been happy with ExamWorks?
Yeah, we absolutely have. They're very responsive.
Oh, that's super. Anybody have any questions on this for Barbara? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Sorry, Drew.
Oh, go ahead, Harvey.
Yeah, thank you. Barbara, just for the record, would you let the board know if this contract is for police and fire only or for police and fire and federated?
This one is for police and fire only.
All right, thank you very much.
One for federated.
Okay. Any other questions for Barbara? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
A motion by Gardner.
There's a motion by Gardner. Is there a second?
Second by Howard.
Second by Howard. Great. Motion made by Gardner, second by Howard. Calling for the vote. Andrew?
Aye.
Sunita?
Aye.
Howard?
Yes.
Eshvar? Eshvar? Nick?
Aye.
Nick? Dick? Vince?
Aye.
Franco? Franco? I will vote aye. That is 6 ayes with no response.
I'm an aye.
Oh, it's an aye from Franco. That is 7 ayes with 2 just missing on the call. Great. Roberto, let me take item 4E. Discussion and action on committee assignments. Thank God for Andrew, reached out to me a couple days ago and pinged me and said, so, what do we can do with committees? And my instinct has been, and Andrew, weigh in if you don't agree, since we've got Nick holding in place, waiting for Franco, and a new member about to show up, my instinct is to not lock down the committee assignments for 2021 until those changes have happened, probably in the next month or two. So Andrew, Roberto, this is actually happening in real time. If you don't think that's the right thing, go ahead and weigh in now. If not, I think I'd just as soon wait until we know the status of the 9 trustees.
So Drew, my take on that is it is quite possible that we will not have that information until your March meeting. God forbid that it will be your April meeting. And I don't think, because we do have committee meetings before then, I'm not sure that we can wait that long. So what I will suggest politely is that if you could work with the board now and make some specific appointments or assignments right now with information that we have available, understanding that we will have a new police active member and a new retiree member. And then, when those two new seats are appointed by the city council, then we can make further changes to the committees going forward.
Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
I think your suggestion is the one we should go by because we have enough alternates to work at this. We can work this out till March.
Yeah, let's go ahead and dig into that at Dick and see. So disability is stable, Roberto. Investment committee is stable. The JPC is stable. It's just governance and audit risk we're talking about. So Roberto, do we lose Franco or does he stay in the seat until his replacement shows up? What's the deal with Franco?
We lose Franco because he will stop being an active member this weekend. So after that, he is no longer a trustee of the plan. Now we still have Nick, but Nick will be replaced by the new retiree. So
yeah, but Nick will stay on until then. How about this as a simple solution, Roberto and board? I'm a good cork. I fit almost any bottle. How about I step into Franco's seat on audit risk for the next month or two or three? Would that plugs the hole, right, Roberto?
That does. That's right. And I just saw a reminder, and staff is at the meeting. Obviously, I think Trustee Howard Lee is the chair for audit committee, right?
It says Franco here. Howard, are you the current chair of audit?
Oh, maybe not. Maybe.
The chair is
No, not
Franco.
Chair is Franco.
Okay, so
Franco.
I'm sorry, Chair Lanza. I believe that as chair of the board, if I'm not mistaken, you can be a member of other committees, but you cannot be the chair. So it would be helpful if you name a chair today for the other committee, and you certainly can be a member of the committee until we had the full 9 seats assignments completed.
Well, this is a bit.
Drew, can I jump in
Go
here?
ahead. Yeah, sure, please, Vince.
I mean, that's really generous of you to want to jump on audit, but joint personnel requires that both the board chair and IC chair sit on that committee. And so as now board chair, you should be joining JPC. You're going to be sitting on virtually every committee. You're spread pretty thin.
Well, for a month or two.
But you might want to take a stab at a little bit of a shuffle here.
Sure.
And maybe it's a temporary shuffle, but I think you should come on joint personnel, given that that's what we'll likely have some meetings between now and then, given the work that we're doing. And in fact, I think we do have a meeting that we're trying to get set up for that. Then the question becomes, so now you're on the investment committee as well. Do you stay on the investment committee, or do you come off and put someone else on in your place? And maybe on audit, you put somebody on temporarily, and when Nick comes back, he goes back onto that. I'm sorry. When Franco comes back, he comes back onto that committee. I'm just trying to think of some solutions that might be somewhat temporary, but also solve some longer term challenges, particularly with respect to the IC and the joint personnel.
Yeah, so let me just say, Vince, and you're right. So part of this is an issue that I wasn't planning to be chairman until a year from now. And so I'm in process on both the investment committee and the disability committee on stuff that I don't just want to abandon. So there is a real question here as to, how long it will take me to wrap up those duties on those two committees. And I just don't have an answer. I haven't really looked at it in any great detail, but I hear what you're saying, Vince. So there would be two changes, one by necessity, which is me replacing Andrew on the Joint Personnel Committee. And the other is the Audit Risk Committee. Howard, I hate to put you on the spot. Would you be willing to chair Audit Risk Committee, Howard?
How much experience does it require? I've only been on it since, I guess June, and I'm willing to help, but I guess it all depends on how much I need to do.
That's a good question, Howard. This is Roberto. So the reason I keep thinking, and Michelle, yeah, thank you. I was going to ask you if you can put a list of the committee members, or at least go to the committee section of the agenda so that they can see who the members are. The reason I keep thinking that you are the committee chair for audit committee is because not only when you join that committee, you ask very specific questions that I thought were excellent questions, but whenever we have a meeting, you are certainly ask very good questions. So I keep thinking you are the chair. Let me just be straightforward with you on the question, on answering your question. I do not know how much more work, but I do expect this audit committee to have a lot of work going forward. We have a brand new senior auditor that have very good experience and is very aggressive on implementing our framework and our 5-year plan. So I will really expect the audit committee members to be busier going forward than in the past. Now, I don't know if that answers your question, and I don't know, I certainly recognize that doesn't give you a lot of feeling for how much work it will be needed, but rest assured that will be more than you had done in the past. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that whatever lack of experience I have would not be a hindrance going forward.
I don't believe that's going to be an issue now.
Okay,
So,
well, I'm happy to
Howard.
step in. I'm happy to step in this case, and to whatever extent I can help, I'm happy to do that in terms
Great.
of whatever the role is.
So I'll go ahead and make them. Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
Drew, I was going to say one more thing. So that would still leave 2 people on audit. Probably still need a third body there. Since I'm coming off JPC, I'll be happy to fill that void if you want until March, April, and when we could get a more formal shuffle going on. So let me know if I can help out.
Well, let me go ahead and make a concrete proposal with no denigration towards you, Andrew. I chaired that audit committee for 4 or 5 years. So I hear what you say, Vince. So I will attend the one meeting in February, Howard, and then you and I can group, and I can sort of share my thoughts and my experiences on that committee. But I agree with Roberto. It's an exceptionally well-run committee, and that's largely due to staff. So I'm going to make the motion, concrete motion. So I propose that Lanza replace Gardner on the Joint Personnel Committee. I'm going to also include in this motion that Trustee Howard Lee step up to the chair of the Audit Committee. And I will also make the motion that for the one meeting in February, I will replace Franco on the Audit Committee. That's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second by Santos.
Great. Motion by Lanza, second by Santos. Andrew, how do you vote?
Aye.
Sunita?
Hey, Drew, I didn't get a chance to ask a question. Sorry. I wasn't sure if this was a possibility or not, but is it possible for other board members to be non-voting members in a committee? For example, I would be interested in participating in the investment committee. I think it might make some of our discussions in the board meeting a little shorter. I think I annoy a lot of people with questions. So I'm just wondering.
Do you want to take that one, Harvey?
Yeah, sure. You couldn't be we can't have, it's a standing committee, so it's a Brown Act committee, which means we can't have a majority of the board be on the committee. But you can attend as a member of the public. The problem is that you could make comments on things, but you couldn't act as though you were a committee member. it's unusual during Zoom times because it's hard to know who's participating as a member and who's participating as a member of the public. But no, we couldn't have, right now in the investment committee, you've got 4 members. If we added a 5th, that would become a board meeting. And so we can't do it that way. You can listen in as a.
Can I
as
just get a
member
copy of the
public.
materials? Would that,
Oh, the materials are public. If you're talking about the closed session materials, that raises other issues that.
I'm not trying to complicate this, sorry. I was trying to simplify it by asking less questions. I was just going to say also, Drew, as you think about this, I'm happy to step into any committee. I'm not on any committee.
That's great. Yeah, thank you, Cindy. That's the issue is and thank you all. You will all hear from me, but I'd like to know where you stand with Franco before I start to juggle committee assignments with Andrew's help and Roberto's as well. Cindy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Oh, great. Howard.
Yes.
Eshvar.
Aye.
Nick.
Aye.
Dick.
Yes.
Vince.
Aye.
Franco.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Prabhu, I just checked while Cindy was talking. I still don't see Jeremy. Should we just go?
No, he's on.
Oh, he's on.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on. Oh, great. I will make
Drew, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, just for the record, who seconded your motion on those positions?
Trustee Santos.
Trustee Santos, yeah.
I'd say that. Thank you very much, Harvey. I will give the briefest of introductions to Jeremy and then let Prabhu do a more formal introduction. For those of you that have he's waving his hand and chewing on his food. Yes, go ahead.
Drew, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that we are clear on what the motion was. You were making a motion for both the JPC and the Audit Risk Committee?
Yeah, the motion had 3 elements to it. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it. Drew replaces Andrew on JPC. Lee steps up to chair of audit, and Lanza will step into one audit meeting in February to replace Father. Those 3 elements. So thanks for that clarification. We're moving on to item 2B, and I get to make the brief. So Jeremy's actually a friend. So we met through this board, and Jeremy's a great guy. Famously, one of our employees said at one of our offsites that we don't have a culture of risk. Well, we didn't 2 or 3 years ago. We do now, and I think that's as much due to Jeremy as anyone else. So, Prabhu, I'll turn it over to you to more formally introduce our friend Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, yes, I am happy to formally introduce Mr. Ev9. And so some background here, this is really meant to be an educational session, and especially for the newer trustees, those who joined the board in the last couple of years. So first, let me read out his bio, and then I'll introduce the agenda item and turn it over to Jeremy. So Jeremy is currently CEO of Ev9 and Associates, a consulting and investment advisory firm engaging in quantitative strategies since 1992. From 1991 to 2003, Jeremy was also a partner in Iris Financial Engineering and Systems, a financial software firm specializing in providing high-end trading and risk systems to top-tier investment banks. He sold his interest in Iris in 2003. From 2004 to 2018, Jeremy was a trustee of this board. From 1984 to 1990, Jeremy was senior vice president in charge of research at Wells Fargo Investment Advisors, subsequently BGI, and now BlackRock. And from 1980 to 1984, Jeremy was a consultant at Barra, where he developed the firm's option products. Jeremy earned his BSc in mathematics at Manchester University in the UK and his MSc in pure mathematics at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and his PhD in finance and operations research at UC Berkeley. He has taught courses in finance at Berkeley and Stanford, published articles in the financial literature on option pricing and tactical asset allocation, and lectured in the US and abroad. So for the benefit of newer trustees, when I joined the board I joined in March of 2018. I joined the pension system, not the board, in March of 2018. And we actually, at that point, the board approved an investment governance project. And we did a comprehensive investment governance project with 4 members of this board, all of whom were on the IC. The only surviving member of that committee is our current vice chair, Andrew Gardenier. And that committee, we spent a lot of time and money, hired Cortex, and made, investment governance recommendations, which were then unanimously adopted by this board. And part of those recommendations was formalizing the asset allocation process. And since we are going to kick off the asset allocation process soon, our annual look at strategic asset allocation, I thought it would be timely to have Jeremy come and talk about that process. So without further ado, welcome, Jeremy. I'm going to turn this over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. It's quite a thrill to be back here, but I have to say the conversation that I was just hearing over the last 10 minutes just sounded so familiar. I really feel for you guys having to go through that again and again, committee assignments, but such is life as a board member. I wanted to talk about some rather high-level issues, which I think could be helpful to the board. I've given a very similar talk to the Federated Board, and I think they found it useful. The people who were on the board when I was on the board are probably going to say, oh, there's Jeremy going on again about that old stuff. I've heard that. But it doesn't hurt to hear it again. And for those of you who are new to the board, maybe some of this will be new. So I'm going to share my screen, I guess. Let's see, does that work? Let's try this. Okay, everybody seeing my screen? Minimize that. Good. And I apologize for the fact that I've been having little dinner. I'm in Israel, where it's 8:10 in the evening. I was supposed to be back already in California by today, but we extended our stay because last week we got the first shot of the coronavirus vaccine, and we're due to get another one in a couple of weeks. So we thought it was worth extending our stay for that. So hopefully by the time I get back to California, I will have some immunity, which is rather nice. So let me go first of all, to the first screen there. So a lot of what we worry about when making investment decisions revolves around this whole notion of the efficient frontier. And the idea behind the efficient frontier was what led to the capital asset pricing model, which won Bill Sharp the Nobel Prize back in whatever year it was, 90-something. And the idea is if you take all your available assets and you plot them in the plane that has risk as measured by standard deviation of returns on the horizontal axis and expected return on the vertical axis, you get a whole bunch of points which are inside and to the right of that curvy part of the line. Right? So you see equities are on there, bonds are on there. And in this case, I've just said, well, supposing all we had was equities and bonds, by taking different combinations of equities and bonds from anywhere from 0 to 100% equities, 100%, 0% bonds, and even perhaps going short one asset class and more than 100% the other asset class, you get that curvy part of the line. But in addition to that, you also have the option to invest in a riskless asset, denoted here as cash, which has a positive expected return, typically rather small, but it has no risk. And so it's all the way over there on the left-hand side on the vertical axis. Now, since you can invest in any combination of risky portfolios and cash, right, your effective investable area becomes enlarged by drawing the tangent line from cash to the optimal portfolio point of tangency. And that was a key insight in the development of the capital asset pricing model, was that nobody would ever invest in anything other than a combination of cash and that optimal portfolio, because anything else would have a lower risk-adjusted expected return. The idea is you want to try to get up and to the left as much as you can because you like expected return and you don't like risk. Well, if you invested in any other portfolio, then somebody could say, well, wait, why don't you just move to the left until you hit the line, or move upwards until you hit the line? So optimal portfolios in this world are going to be given by that tangent line that goes from cash to the curvy part. And in the capital asset pricing model world, everybody ends up investing like that. And so that optimal portfolio ends up, in fact, being the market portfolio of all risky assets. So when you're an individual investor and you're saying, okay, great, I've got this thing that has expected return and volatility, and I've got the curvy part of the line, and I've got the line of tangency, where do I want to be? Well, every investor has his own utility function, which in this world is just given by the trade-off between expected return and risk. How much expected return do you as an investor require to compensate you for taking one more unit of risk? Right? Or how much more risk are you willing to accommodate to get one more unit of expected return? And that's different for every investor, right? You know, somebody might be much more averse to risk than you, or you might be much more tolerant of risk than someone else. And so what you get are these kind of indifference curves for investor one and investor two. And what you do is you take these curves and you start bringing them down, down, down until they hit that tangent line. And for investor one, he's quite conservative. And so he ends up with something that looks like about 40% riskless asset, 60% optimal risky portfolio. Investor two is actually pretty aggressive. He's in fact levering up P. He's going beyond the point where it meets the curvy part. And so he's actually short cash and has a levered position in P. And so everybody has to find where on the efficient frontier he or she feels comfortable. And that there's no right answer to that. That's a question of preferences. So if you are presented with something like this from the investment office or Makita or anybody else, how do you relate to that? What do you do with that? That's the question. So to me, having been a trustee and somebody who therefore feels eminently qualified to give advice to trustees, I would say there are some pretty significant do's and don'ts. So the first don't is don't tinker with the capital market assumptions, right? You are a trustee. You're not an investment professional. I mean, you might parenthetically be an investment professional. I know some of you are, but that is not the role that you're playing here. Here, you're a trustee worrying about the overall well-being of the plan. And to that end, you have hired a Prabhu who runs an investment office. You've hired consultants. And it's their job to come up with those capital market assumptions, right? It's not easy to come up with forecast expected returns, risk levels, correlations, and all of that. And Makita spends a lot of time trying to figure that out. So don't tinker with those. The next thing is don't tinker with portfolio weights. When you're presented with a proposed portfolio, right? So much in domestic equity, so much in fixed income, so much in private equity, etc. Resist the temptation to say, well, why don't we just nudge that one down a bit and nudge that one up a little bit? It would make me feel more comfortable. The reason you don't want to do that is these portfolio weights are the outputs of a process, right? Stuff goes in the front end. It gets munged around by algorithms and so forth. And what comes out are the weights at the other end. So don't mess around with the outputs. If you want to mess around with something, go back and mess around with the inputs, but don't tinker with the outputs. And the third lesson I would urge on you is don't try to second guess your investment staff. You've hired them to do a job. let them do their job. If you think they're screwing up, you've always got the option to fire Prabhu if you really think that's the best solution. But don't sit there and second guess the staff. It's not helpful to them. And you are not spending all day, every day looking at this stuff the way they are. So resist that. Now, what you should do as trustees is you definitely should review the capital market assumptions with a critical eye. Right? Just because you're presented with capital market assumptions doesn't mean that you have to swallow them hook, line, and sinker and say, well, I guess that's it. Right? If somebody either from Makita or from the investment staff says, we think the expected return on such an asset class is X, it is perfectly legitimate for you as a trustee to say, well, wait a minute. I know a little bit about this, and that number seems awfully high. Would you please justify to me where it came from? And either they'll convince you or you'll convince them, or there'll be a consensus at the board level that it's okay and you'll just have to live with the consensus. Or the consensus might be, no, as a board, we don't feel comfortable. We'd like to have the investment office or the consultant dig deeper into that and revisit it, please. Another legitimate thing for trustees to do is to set constraints. Right? It's a legitimate thing to do to say, look, we'd like to have some in private equity, but we just don't feel comfortable having more than X% in private equity. And why does one set constraints like that? Well, as Prabhu alluded to when he introduced me, I did run my own hedge fund for many years. We did statistical arbitrage. It was all model driven. And we always set very tight constraints on our optimizer. Why? Because in the end, you don't really believe the inputs, right? An optimizer thinks, oh, I'm getting expected return. Great, but it isn't the true expected return. It's the best forecast of expected return that the investment office, together with the consultant, can come up with. But it's just a forecast. If you knew the true expected return, maybe you should just abolish constraints and just say, whatever the optimizer wants to do, I guess that's the best thing. But because we don't really believe any of these forecasts that blindly, it's a good idea to set constraints. And then you can tell your optimizer, within these bounds of sensibility, go figure out what's the best thing to do. And this has to do with really a comfort level. And as board members, you are representing the plan, you are representing the stakeholders, and it's up to you to say, if we don't feel comfortable with more than X% in this asset class, then we're just going to put a constraint on it. And the most important thing is for you to decide where on the efficient frontier you want to be. So given the capital market assumptions, the investment office could construct lots and lots of different portfolios. It depends how risk averse you are or not. So if we go back to this, they don't know whether you're investor one or investor two. So a reasonable thing to ask the investment office to do would be to say, could you come up with a bunch of portfolios, all of which lie on the efficient frontier? That is to say, for a given level of risk, they represent the most expected return you believe you can get, right? And when you show us a bunch of them, we'll tell you which one makes us feel the most comfortable, right? Maybe we are feeling a bit more adventurous as a board, and we're willing to take a little bit more risk. Maybe we have more of a cushion. We can afford to take more risk. Maybe we want to pull back. So a good way to approach the asset allocation issue is once capital market assumptions have been developed, once you've reviewed them with a critical eye, and everybody feels comfortable using those capital market assumptions, and once you've all established what constraints you're going to apply, you can ask the investment office to come up with a range of potential portfolios. And then you can decide where your comfort level allows you to be. There's no right or wrong answer. This just has to do with your utility function. Feel free to interrupt me if you have questions or you just think I'm talking bullshit or anything like that. So does all this really apply in the real world? You know, it all looks good on paper, looks good on theory, but does it really actually work that way? Well, not really. There are two ways that you can get to that capital asset pricing model result. One is if returns are normally distributed, that's the famous bell-shaped curve. The reason that gets you there is that mean and variance are all there, that's all there is in a bell-shaped curve. Once you specify the mean and the variance, that's the entire distribution. There is nothing else, okay? So therefore, saying how you feel about mean and variance is the whole story. The other possibility is that the returns may not be bell-shaped. They may have some other weird-looking distribution, fat tails, skew, whatever. But you don't care about those other attributes. You only care about mean and variance. You have a mean variance utility function. Either of those will get you to that capital asset pricing model world. The bad news is, of course, neither of those things actually hold in the real world. We know that returns are not normally distributed. They have other things like fat tails and skew. And we know that we do care about things other than simply the mean and variance of returns. So that's bad news, because that means that looking at that efficient frontier, doing mean variance optimization, etc., doesn't tell you the whole story. Okay, so if in my example here, if we might believe that there are occasional large negative shocks, right? It may look bell-shaped most of the time, but then occasionally you get these big left tail events. Well, in that case, you have a portfolio that is subject to negative skew, right? A long left tail, and you care about it. And so this doesn't work. And so that means that when you look at a portfolio that's presented to you as being a candidate for asset allocation, you have to think about other things other than just the mean and the variance. You have to worry about things like fat tails. You know, what's the probability of some extreme event occurring? Things that are not captured by this classic mean variance analysis. The problem with tails, which is really the attribute that is most worrying to us, is that they are incredibly hard to model. So many years ago, Wall Street came up with this notion of value at risk. And they would compute value at risk and say things like, there's a 5% probability that your return will be worse than negative X, right? This is garbage. Take it from me as somebody who's lived in this world. It's total garbage. Nobody has the slightest idea. Hopefully they would caveat it and say, well, if the returns really are normally or log normally distributed and the true variance is this and the true mean is that, then the probability that you would be worse than X is 5%. With enough caveats, it might be a true statement, but those caveats are all false. And so the truth is, nobody has any idea what the probability of a tail event is. So if they try to tell you that, just roll your eyes and look knowingly at them and, just hit the delete button. We use all these models and they can definitely lull us into a false sense of security. Models are helpful, but they are just, in the end, guides to human decision making. At the bottom, I put Niels Bohr's famous quote, one of my favorites: prediction is very difficult, especially about the future. So in my last year on the board, which Prabhu mentioned, we began developing a framework for how to think about building up the portfolio. And if you start from something very simple, you can then add complexity to it in layers. There are 4 bullet points there, although there's actually a bullet point right at the beginning, which is missing, which maybe I should just touch on now. It would be a riskless portfolio. If you had enough money, you could just buy a portfolio of bonds that was dedicated to spin off cash flows exactly matching your liabilities. And in that case, you could fire the investment staff, put all the money in that portfolio, and all, go home and be confident that unless the US government defaults, in which case we've all got bigger problems, the thing will just spin off all the payments that you need, and you'll never have to worry about taking risk again. You don't have enough money to do that. right? You're not fully funded in the true sense of the word. Being fully funded in the sense that if you earn the expected return on the portfolio, you'll have enough money. It's nice and comforting, but you might not make the expected return, especially if your expected return is a little too optimistic, as pension boards have a rather unfortunate history of doing. So the real fully funded definition would be, we have enough money that we can just buy this dedicated bond portfolio, set and forget, and we are done. Right? Now, we don't have that, so what's the next simplest thing we could do? Well, we could just invest in a 60-40 portfolio. What's magic about that? Nothing really. It's just, it's been around for so long, right? It's, I mean, it was once revolutionary. It used to be way back when the portfolios that pension funds only ever invested in fixed income assets. And then somebody said, gee, we could invest in stocks too. Wow, that would be radical. And so they came up with the idea of this 60-40 portfolio. And of course, it's now become such a classic that people will always use that as a kind of benchmark. Your portfolio will experience some return, and some member of the public, if no one else, will put his or her hand up and say, well, how did the 60-40 portfolio perform? Because you could have done that, couldn't you? And yes, you could have. So I would say start with that, and then say, okay, but we can do that passively, right? We could get BGI or someone just to construct a totally passive 60-40 stock bond portfolio. Or you could create a portfolio that's still passive, but branches out from 60-40. So you could say, okay, we'll have some small stock. We want some real estate in there. We want some foreign equities, etc. It's still passive, but it's a little bit more diversified than the straight 60-40. That's also a good thing to monitor, because you could still do that and you still wouldn't need an investment office to do that. If you want to go one level up from that, you could say, well, we'd like to do something that's sort of quasi-passive. So we'd like to include private equity, but private equity, you can't just buy an index fund, okay? So it's not really passive, but it's close to passive, right? We're not talking about trying to pick stocks. We're not talking about classic active management. And then you can go fully active and say, okay, we're going to be trying to pick managers, pick securities, and earn alpha. Okay, and what we actually tend to do is that last bullet point. We have a fully active portfolio, but I think it's a very good exercise to start from the bottom and work your way up and say, well, if we'd just gone with the quasi-passive portfolio, did we manage to beat that with our active portfolio? If not, why not? If we did, great. Would the quasi-passive portfolio have outperformed a simple passive portfolio? Would that have beaten 60-40? Okay, and you should be able to justify at each stage why you went to the next bullet point. You should be able to say, I did that because I had good reason to believe that I was going to get better risk-adjusted returns. Ex ante, you will always appear to have better risk-adjusted returns. Right? If you relax constraints, if you add more asset classes, the optimal portfolio is always going to look better ex ante. Question is, ex post, did it actually perform better? So if you keep your eye on that, or if you go back and you do a retrospective study of that, you might be able to get some insight and say, gee, our active portfolio never ever seemed to beat the quasi-passive portfolio. Maybe we should just do that instead. Or we never seem to have been able to beat the simple passive portfolio. Maybe we should just do that. And yes, that did outperform 60-40, so that looks like the sweet spot. And it gives you a framework for asking at each stage, why are we doing this? Did it add value? Why do I expect it to add value in the future? Liability-driven investing. Mark Twain said about the weather, everybody talks about it, but nobody does anything about it. If you want to take liabilities into account, then as I said earlier, things like T-bills are not your riskless asset. What you want is something that's dedicated to your liabilities. Let's suppose there was a massive spike in interest rates. Your short-term T-bill portfolio wouldn't change very much, but the present value of your liability portfolio would go down a lot, right? So T-bills are not riskless in that sense. So there are two ways that you can get here, and I would suggest that you think of this more just as a conceptual exercise, although it could actually be implemented. You could have Chiron do this, you could have Nikita do this. So one thing, take a slice of your liability stream, right? And just a scale fraction of it that has a present value of $1, discounting it Treasury yield curve rate, because gee, these liabilities are supposed to be absolutely ironclad riskless, right? Just like US Treasury debt. And think of that as your new currency. So instead of using dollars to denominate your assets, use this new currency to denominate your assets. So in this new world, you can then just say, fine, I'll just look at all my liabilities that. I'll measure risk in using that currency. I'll measure expected returns using that currency. And your risk-free rate is by definition 0, because it's just that dedicated bond portfolio is always going to have a value of 1. And that would be one way of looking at your portfolio. Another way would be to say, no, we're going to do this in dollars, but remember, our total portfolio consists of a long and a short sub-portfolio. The long sub-portfolio are the assets that I hold, and the short sub-portfolio is my liabilities. I'm long assets, I'm short liabilities. Either of those approaches will get you to the same place, right? And so if you do that, you might see something like the scenario at the bottom, where there's as I said earlier, suppose you had a big spike in interest rates and you'd say, oh no, my bond portfolio just tanked, right? This is terrible. I have a large fraction of my portfolio in bonds. Maybe it's 60-40, right? 40% of my portfolio just tanked. What am I going to do? And then you say, oh, but wait a minute. My liabilities just tanked as well. Oh, that's pretty good. I guess I'm fine. Okay. So looking at it in this way makes you appreciate that it's not just about the dollar value of the asset portfolio. You have to take those into account relative to the liabilities. And this liability-driven investing paradigm, one of two ways of doing that, will get you there. But you definitely want to think of your assets in terms of liability units, or I've got long assets, I've got short liabilities, and if they move together in tandem, because let's say they're both bond heavy, then that's great. That makes me more immunized against interest rate risk, for example. But if you were to denominate your assets in units of this liability stream, it's going to change your risk numbers dramatically. They won't look like the risk numbers that you see from Makita. And the correlations will change and all that kind of stuff. It's actually a trivial exercise for Makita to do this. You could ask them to go through that and just stare at these numbers denominated in liability units, and it's quite revealing if you do that. So you might want to ask Makita to do that. It's not a difficult exercise. The last thing I want to touch on, which is huge actually, and it just completely dominates not only the pension space, but so many areas when people talk about repeated betting and so forth, is the fallacy of the law of large numbers. We know what the law of large numbers is roughly, that, if you toss a coin, a fair coin, once, you might get a head or a tail. If you toss it 5 times, you could have more than 50% heads or 50% tails. But if you toss it, 1 million times, it's going to get pretty close to 50-50, right? And this fallacy of the law of large numbers was actually so important that the great economist Paul Samuelson wrote a paper about it in, I think, 1963. So here's an example that's relevant to pension funds. Let's suppose that our portfolio has an expected return of 6%. And well, assume this is the actual true expected return and that it doesn't change from year to year. So we understand that the average return over a few years might be pretty different from 6%, right? If you take 2 years or 3 years and you're drawing from a return distribution that has a mean of 6%, but some goodly amount of variance, you could easily end up with a 2 or 3 or 4 year average that's pretty different from 6%. If you say, well, okay, but let's suppose I go for a large number of years, T, maybe it's 30 years or 40 years, my average return should be getting closer and closer to 6%. Isn't that true? The answer is yes, that is true. The bigger T gets, the more your average will get closer to 6%. And then people say, oh, which means that my portfolio returns should be pretty close to 6% compounded out for T years, right? Which here is 1.06 to the power T minus 1. That is false. And yet many people believe it to be true. It's just not true. To see why, let's take a look at a simple example of tossing a coin. So we're going to have a fair coin with a probability of heads equal to 1/2, right? The percentage of tosses of heads over 4 tosses could be very different from 50%. If I toss many coins, the percentage will get closer and closer to 50%. So I toss this coin 1,000,000 times, right? And I get 49.9% heads. That's pretty close. That average is very close to 50%. But think how far off you are from having 500,000 heads. You're 1,000 heads short, 1,000 heads, right? If those are pension dollars, somebody's got to come up with that money. The problem here is that, yes, your average is getting close to 50%, but the error, right, in this case, 0.1%, is now compounded out over 1,000,000 tosses. And that becomes a very big number. And so even if your expected return is 6%, and you say, well, let's hold on that for 30 years or 40 years, yes, your average may end up being pretty close to 6%. But if you have a shortfall of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 basis points, compounded out over 30 years or 40 years, you are going to be short a lot of pension dollars. And yet people have a hard time getting their heads around that. So think about that. And anytime you're tempted to say, well, we've got an expected return of 6%, things should kind of work out nicely. When Bill Hallmark runs those simulations for you, which I assume he still does, and you have those nice blue curves or bands that get wider and wider as you go into the future. Those bands are getting wider, and that's what it's all about. It's the width of those bands that's going to kill you, right? You have a pretty good chance of moving in, either up or down, but of course, what we worry about is moving down. And just a little bit of a discrepancy from the average can end up killing you when you compound that out over a large time period. So don't get tripped up by that. I've seen, I have a friend who was, told me he was one of the people at Long-Term Capital Management. And a few years ago, he told me he was meeting with some bankers over dinner in London, and they all fell into this trap. He asked them about playing a game, and one of them said, well, I wouldn't play it once, but I'd play it, 500 times, because then by the law of large numbers, I'd come out okay. And he said, I spent the rest of the dinner trying to make them understand that that just wasn't true, right? So don't fall into that trap. Don't fall into the fallacy of the law of large numbers. Well, that's my presentation. So let me stop my share and put it up to any questions or comments.
Great. Thanks, Chairman. We have a little ritual we go through, sort of go through the names. Excuse me. Andrew, any questions for Jeremy?
No questions for Jeremy. It's good to see you, Jeremy.
Hi, Andrew. Nice to see you.
Sunita.
No, thank you for the presentation. Good reminders of our CAPM framework. I guess
Yeah, well,
I just had more
you're in
comments.
outer space, right? You're sitting there in outer space, I can tell.
Oh yeah, I just have a big background because you might see a dog or kids or whatever. One thing I can control, lot of variables we can't control investing, but this one I could. But I mean, I guess your presentation essentially throughout mean reversion and throughout VAR. What is a practitioner's view, having sat on the board, given where interest rates are on sort of managing the portfolio or the asset allocation or reviewing it?
I did throw out VAR. I mean, to me, you can compute those numbers, but they're not worth the paper they're written on. I did not throw out mean reversion, right? Mean reversion is going to show up in forecasts of the expected return on assets. So it's quite legitimate for Makita to come back and say, well, okay, we have this long-term forecast for asset class X, but it's been beaten down over the last several years, and so we think there's likely to be some reversion over the short term. And because remember, Makita comes up with very long-term forecasts. And yes, you are long-term investors, but you luckily have the ability to change your portfolio very frequently. And so if it appears that, when you get these long-term forecasts, if somebody at the board says, I'd like us to think about the fact that maybe the expected return on equities is going to be higher over the next year or two because of what's happened in the recent past, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to propose. And if there's a consensus that, and Makita says, yes, that could well be the case. We're not saying it is, but it could well be. And the board feels confident enough to say, we think we're willing to go with that assumption of slightly higher short-term expected return, then you want to feed that into your tactical asset allocation and you'll come up with a different allocation. So it's a perfectly legitimate thing to take into account. It should affect the inputs to your asset allocation decision, which you are, I wouldn't say that you as board members should be tinkering with those, but you could certainly propose that to the investment staff. They could go away, they might consult with Makita, come back and say, yeah, with all due respect, we've thought about this mean reversion stuff, but we don't think it's going to happen over the next 12 months, so we're not going to act on it. But it's a legitimate thing to take into account, no question. That's very different from VAR. VAR is a number that can be computed, but it's close to meaningless.
Perhaps I misunderstood your slide on probabilities of 49.9. I guess you're trying to communicate there that we need to measure tail risk. Was that your message?
No, it's just there's this big tendency I've seen in the pension world to say, well, if my expected return is, let's say, 6%, I know I'm not going to get that over 1 year. Probably it's going to be different from that. But over the next 30 years, we should get pretty close to 6%, right? And while it's true that the average may get close to 6%, your compounded return may be very far from 6% compounded. And that's something that a lot of people just have trouble getting their heads around. And one of the consequences of being off by 25 basis points, what happens if your average is only 5.75? In 1 year, it's not a big deal, but you compound that shortfall out over 30 years. Now you're talking real money.
That's all from me.
That's great. Thanks, Anita. Howard?
Yes, Jeremy, thank you very much. I thought it was really useful. And I guess from the perspective of a board member, and since you were one, how do you like to use these types of points of view and perspectives, sort of in the short term and medium term, from our point of view? I think these are useful tools, but it's always a balance between using a tool and appreciating what the tool can do when other people make use of it.
Right. Well, some of it is and was intended to be more philosophical and more of trying to get you to adopt a certain way of looking at the problem and a certain skepticism, I would say. So, it's there. In the 4 years I spent on the board, I mean, there was this constant desire on the part of board members, and I think probably every single one of us was guilty of this at some point, to monkey around with things like expected returns or correlations and say, well, do we really think that's the expected return on this asset class? And this intense desire to say, I think we should use a different number. And, remember, it's not the job of a board member to do that. A board member can be critical and say, I don't buy some of the stuff you've been telling us. Neither do my colleagues. I think you should go back and revisit this and come back with a bit of justification, but we're not just going to take it blindly. The skepticism around things like you have a 5% probability of such and such a shortfall. If you don't have a background in probability and statistics, it's quite likely that you would just take that at face value, right? But I don't want you to take it at face value. I want you to say, oh, come on, I know because I read up about this and I've heard Jeremy's presentation. I know that you can't, that's meaningless. Yeah, we might have a shortfall of negative X, right? But is that a 10% chance, a 1% chance? Who knows? I don't, you don't, nobody does. So, and that will influence your decision making, that added layer of skepticism. And the idea of asking the investment office to present you with multiple portfolios for your consideration, right, is something that I don't think is typically done in pension plans. The investment office goes away, comes back and says, here's the portfolio we recommend. But they don't know what your risk aversion level is. So, it's quite a reasonable thing to say, why don't you go away and come back with one that's more risk averse, one that's less risk averse, and I'll tell you where I feel comfortable. Again, that's not something that's typically done, but I would encourage you to do it. I think you'll end up in a happier place.
Well, great. Well, thank you. I enjoyed the presentation. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ashfar?
Yeah, thank you, Drew, and thank you, Jeremy, for a great presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is, I think your point about the small differences from the average kind of compounding over time and becoming a big thing. And I guess it goes to a point discussion we had earlier about, a 15 basis point allocation in the portfolio. And I made the point that, multiple of these, could be significant in the long run.
Right.
So I appreciate that. It was a good point. The second I wanted to ask you, you talked about fat tails, I guess, which is, kind of like randomness versus a, normal distribution. But you didn't talk about how you would address it in asset allocation.
Right.
What are your suggestions? And I'll tell you my thinking, and I've talked a bit about this with Prabhu, is it seems to me that certain asset classes are maybe more prone to those fat tails, maybe more fragile, as Taleb says. And maybe that's a consideration you take, even if the expected returns and the standard deviation are the same.
Right.
Maybe they're more prone to those fat tails, and maybe that's a consideration you take as you build the portfolio.
Right. So one thing you could do, and the investment office can do this for you, Makita could do it for you, is you could say, well, let's suppose that the distribution for such and such an asset class, and maybe several of these asset classes, actually has some left skew in it, has a higher probability of left tail shocks. And let's try to nail down just how bad that could be. Then let's use Monte Carlo simulation and see what the distribution of the final portfolio looks like, right? You can't just use standard mean variance optimization because that's not going to tell you what you need to know. But you could definitely use Monte Carlo simulation and say, let's do 50,000 trials drawing from these skewed distributions with these correlations and blah, blah, blah. And let's see what the distribution of returns for the total portfolio looks like. And you may see things you don't like, right? Because of some asset classes in which you have a significant allocation might, in those Monte Carlo simulations, there will be some fraction of them that suffer those left shocks, and that'll show up in the final portfolio. Or it could be that what ends up happening is that because your allocation to that highly left skewed asset class is relatively small, in the grand scheme of things, it tends to wash out. You have a bit of left skew in the portfolio, nothing that makes you feel too uncomfortable. And you can say, oh, that's good. Okay. but let's not increase our exposure to that asset class too much, because if we do and we repeat this exercise, we're going to see left tails that we don't like, right? So I think that probably the easiest way to accommodate some of these issues of skew, and I mean, when we say fat tails, of course, we really mean fat left tails. Nobody objects to fat right tails, right? But it's those left tail events that we all worry about. I think using Monte Carlo simulation would be a useful exercise. And the more you do those things and you play around with them, the better feel you can develop for the likely return distribution of the portfolio, which is what you're trying to get at in the end. So I think playing those kinds of games, as I'll call them, I think that would be a useful way of addressing that. Not necessarily the only way, there are other things that can be done, but that's a fairly easy, low-cost way to see what the effect of left tails in a given asset class would be in the portfolio.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Drew.
Sure. Nick?
Good to see you, Jeremy. Thank you very much.
Great. Dick?
Yeah, Jeremy, very good to see you again. I hope your family's all doing well. And thank you for your past service. And I appreciate the presentation, your sincerity to help our plan. Thank you.
Always a thrill. Always happy to.
Vince? Oh, you're on mute, Vince. All right, you're still on mute.
How about now?
Yep, we can hear you now, Vince.
Okay. Jeremy, good to see you. It's been a while. I always enjoy the discussion. Few things with respect to page 4 of your presentation. I just want to point out. One is that you talk about not tinkering with the capital market assumptions, but review them critically. But I can remember you constantly pointing out in our board meetings, which I agreed with, that take all that information and just throw it out the window. Historically, what those projections are didn't really matter. So I just want to reiterate historically what you've told us about that. Secondly, is that the point you did make about setting constraints, I think that this is important to convey this to our investment staff, because we haven't often seen what constraints are utilized when they're building their capital market assumptions, or when they're building the asset allocation models that they're putting in front of us. So that would be really important for us to know what those constraints are. But then the last thing is that you said, don't second guess your investment staff. But this is a really important role. And in fact, probably one of the most important roles the board has when it comes to the investment side is strategic asset allocation. Because of the work that you did and the rest of that committee, we delegated a lot of responsibility to staff, selecting managers, hiring and firing managers, determining what the asset structure would look like with the different asset classes. But when it comes to strategic asset allocation, this is really where the board weighs in. And I have to say that there's always been a little bit of a challenge between what staff might recommend and what our consultant might recommend. And are they thinking in the same way? And in fact, is the consultant bringing forward staff's recommendation, or are they bringing forward their recommendation? So I would just submit that to our board, that we consider maybe there could be 2 separate asset allocations that are brought forward. One might be staff's view, and one might be the view that is from the consultant that is slightly different.
Yeah.
Any comments about what I've said?
Yeah. So first of all, when I say review the CMAs critically, the ultimate critically would be, of course, to throw them all out. But the problem is, of course, you've got to do something to come up with a portfolio, and probably it's not unreasonable that the expected return on equities is going to be higher than the expected return on fixed income, because they have more risk. It's presumably reasonable that longer fixed income assets, longer duration assets are going to have more risk than shorter duration assets. The actual numbers, of course, it's like pretty much that, it's not a science. We tend to make this appear more scientific than it really is. And actually, a good exercise would be to say, well, if we jiggled all these expected returns by a little bit in various directions, how would that actually affect our optimal portfolio? How sensitive is it to the assumptions? And it's well known that allocation decisions are more sensitive to expected returns than they are to things like correlations. You can nudge correlations around a bit, it won't make that much difference. But you change the expected return on an asset class by 0.5%, it could be very sensitive to that. Or if you're already bumping up against a constraint, it may not be sensitive at all because of the constraint. But it's definitely worth going through that exercise, I think, and saying, what if we just kind of move these numbers around, and how does that affect things? In terms of, I agree with you 100% that the asset allocation decision is one of maybe the most important decisions that the board has to approve. But remember that you do have a full-time professional staff worrying about managers and expected returns and all of that. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have the consultant come up with their own asset allocation based on, they're going to be using the same utility function, they're going to be using the same constraints because you set those, but they may be using slightly different expected returns. And, just as you might ask the investment office to come up with several different asset allocations based on different levels of risk aversion, it certainly wouldn't hurt to do the same, get the same thing from the consultant. Because this is such an inexact science, if it even is a science, getting multiple opinions and multiple viewpoints, I think is helpful in synthesizing them into a kind of final state where the whole board can say, yeah, as a consensus, we feel pretty comfortable with this, that it synthesizes all the information we've been able to gather. And that's probably a much better thing than just saying you get one portfolio recommended from the investment staff that uses one set of capital market assumptions, and that's it, right? So your points are all very well taken. I think they're all actually pretty much on the mark. So I think you should implement some of the things that you just proposed. Get multiple recommendations from both the consultant and from the investment staff. Play around with sensitivity analysis. Lunge around the capital market assumptions. Do all that kind of stuff, and just try to kind of absorb it until you sort of get a gestalt, the whole thing.
Thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate it. And again, the work that you guys did on that committee to delegate responsibility to staff, I think has really focused the board more on important high-level strategic issues. We've seen the benefits of some of the results, and that we've delegated that responsibility to staff, and they're able to move more quickly. And the board was able to move very quickly last year in the drawdown because we didn't have to have these constant debates and battles that we used to have in the past, and we could focus a much higher level. So great job. Thank you.
Yeah, Prabhu told me about that. I was actually thrilled to hear that you were able to act on that market dip.
Thank you.
Good, thanks, Vince. Franco, any comments?
No, thank you for giving us a little training.
So I'm last, Jeremy. So I love seeing you. Jeremy and I have stayed in touch. We've stayed friends since he left the board. So something sort of struck me. I'm kind of a knucklehead philosophically in the background. I downloaded Samuelson's paper. I haven't read it in a couple of years. I'm going to read it again. So I wasn't just doing emails in the background while you were talking. I was looking up sort of the history of CalPERS. And if I understand CalPERS right, they sort of have a single unified investment strategy for $1 trillion or something on that order, wherever they have it. If I understand what you said based on Samuelson, CalPERS is a staggeringly stupid idea. And a better idea would be to say, you could still have a CalPERS. We have this menu, right? And each of you systems figure out your own thing. Because if there's 1,000 systems in California, they'll hit 7%. If they're all doing something different, that's what Samuelson says, right? Because they're all flipping their own pennies, right? Law of large numbers is multidimensional. But the fact that CalPERS does this as a single institution with sort of a single strategy is staggeringly stupid for the state of California. Do I understand that right?
Well, I would probably agree with that, you know, what they're doing is taking one massive bet on the accuracy of their predictions. Okay.
Right.
I know that I keep stressing that every time you get these capital market assumptions, somebody says the expected return on equities is X. That isn't the expected return. It is somebody's best forecast of the true expected return, which will probably be an error. You'll never know, even after the fact, you'll never know. Okay. And to the extent that it is an error, if you can diversify those errors by having lots of smart people, you can end up with, you know, when they have those things at the fair where everybody tries to guess how many gumballs there are or what's the weight of the pig or whatever it is, right? And everybody's coming up with their numbers, and then you take the average, and the average is always remarkably close to the truth, okay? And it's the same thing. If CalPERS is just making one big bet on the number of gumballs in the bowl, oh boy, if they get that wrong, you know, I'm a taxpayer in California too, you know? So yeah.
So the reason I always love talking to Jeremy is because there's a famous old comedy troupe called Fire Sign Theater, and they always used to say, look, everything you know is wrong. And Jeremy's right. And there is an organization in the state of California that's playing around with $1 trillion that, based on what Jeremy just said, is stupid. I find that totally believable, right? Totally got it. $1 trillion government, biggest state in California, one of the world's largest economies, doing just something staggeringly stupid. So
well, that's also the question.
I thank you, Jeremy, for making us always think outside the box. Go ahead, Jeremy.
It's a question of, you know, how CalPERS is coming up with those views. You know, if they had a bunch of people sitting there independently coming up with those views and then combining them all at the end, that would be fine. But you know, what inevitably happens in an organization like that is that there's a level of groupthink, and people aren't really coming up with their own independent estimates of how many balls there are in the jar. And if that, you know, if everybody's just listening to everybody else, then you don't get that diversification because they're all too highly correlated with each other.
Right. I'll leave you something. Jeremy will love this, that a professor of mine. So I'm an electrical engineer. I study noise. Jeremy and I study the same thing from very different angles. And a famous professor once said to us, what's the easiest way to organize a stack of pennies in your hand? And everybody, oh, I take away, you line it up. No, the easiest way to organize, just shake your hand. Everybody thinks noise is destructive, but that's not really the case. Noise sometimes, and in this case, as Jeremy points out, has a very useful function, right? Best way to organize pennies, shake your hand, they'll all line up because noise will seek the lowest entropy solution, which in this case is order. So Jeremy, I thank you. Any other questions anybody has for Jeremy? Prabhu, do you want to wrap up Jeremy's session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. Firstly, thanks, Jeremy. As Trustee Sunita said, very timely reminder as we embark on our strategic asset allocation exercise. And as Trustee Sunzeri pointed out, this is the most important decision in front of the board. And Jeremy, believe it or not, actually, you may not believe this, but the investment team does miss you. I just wanted to, a couple other comments. I think Trustee Menon misunderstood the comment on small investments. I think which I made earlier on 10 basis points or 20 basis points. I think finance. Anyone who's taken finance one-on-one knows how these can compound and balloon in a big way. And the point I was trying to make was we spend a lot of time talking about very, very small investments, which is important. I'm not saying they're not important, but we should spend a lot more time talking about strategic asset allocation. That's the single most important decision in front of this board. That's the reason why last year we finished, in the top 1% of our peers, is because we gave a lot of thought to strategic asset allocation, and we had multiple board meetings to talk about it. And the only other point I'd like to make to Trustee Sunzeri's comment about views of Makita and views of staff. I think the process, it's important to understand the process. And of course, I will reiterate this when we talk about strategic asset allocation. We have one set of capital market assumptions that we all finally agree on. And that might come from Makita, it might come from Veris, it might come from, I typically look at Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, GMO. We all agree on one set of capital market assumptions. It may not be the first set of assumptions that are presented, but finally we all come to some consensus. But thereafter, it's really a mean variance optimization process that we use. And our job is, as we did during the SAA process in March, is to come back to the board and say, look, here's all these points on the efficient frontier. Do you want to be at 12%? Do you want to be at 11.5, 11? Do you want to be at 13%? And it's the board's job to then pick something from the options that are offered, which is exactly what the board did. So it's not a question of my personal views or staff's personal views versus Makita's. I think we all have our views on asset classes, but we all come to some consensus on those capital market assumptions, and thereafter the process takes over. But again, we'll go through this. It'll kick off at the end of this month, and I'm looking forward to very robust discussions with both the IC and the board as we embark on this exercise. Thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and Drew, you know what I'm going to do now, Drew, don't you?
Go ahead.
I'm going to go have a beer.
What time is it? You're in Israel. What is it, 4 or 5 o'clock? Oh, it's later than that.
10 past 9 in the evening.
We'll have a sherry. It's a little late for a beer.
10 past beer.
Thank you, Jeremy. Safe travels, my old friend.
Good to see you, Jeremy. Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Great. So we've only got 2 more items, and they're both Chiron on the main section of our agenda, and then we'll move into retirements and committees. 3A Chiron and 4C Chiron. Roberto, do you want to kick it off or just turn it over to Chiron?
You can just turn it over to Chiron. Yes. Thank you.
And Bill, take it away.
Good morning.
Morning.
It was great to see Jeremy. Try and share the screen here.
Yep, we got it, Bill.
You got it? Okay. It was great to see Jeremy and hear the philosophical discussions again that he provides. They're always enjoyable from an actuarial perspective as well as an investment perspective. So that was fun. We're here with the final valuation results. A lot of the information you have seen already as we've gone through the process of showing preliminary results, but there's some additional detail, and we'll get back to some of the discussion we've had in the past about the plan maturity and the risk levels in the plan and what to expect going forward. And I think some of that will tie well with some of the topics Jeremy raised. Let's start off, we always start with this simple diagram of how a pension system works. In the actuarial valuation, we're collecting the census data and applying the plan provisions and the assumptions to really start at the bottom of this by projecting what benefits are going to be paid going forward. And then using our actuarial methods, we work back to, so to pay those benefits, what should we have in the pension fund today? And compare that to what we actually have in the pension fund. And then looking forward, that gets us to, what do we expect in investment returns going forward, and how do we need to adjust contributions to make this thing work out over the long run? And so the ultimate answer from the valuation is, what do we need to do in terms of contributions? But starting on the funding side, we're showing that we're currently about 74% funded based on the actuarial value of assets. The chart on the left, the bars show the liability based on the member groups. So the blue is people who are currently receiving benefits. The gold is people who have left the city of San Jose but have not started receiving benefits yet. And the red is the liability for active members. So one thing to note here quickly is that a substantial portion of the liability is for people who are currently receiving benefits. That's like 2/3 of the liability. The lines here show the asset levels The green line is the market value of assets, and the blue is the actuarial value of assets, where we smooth investment returns over a 5-year period. This year they moved fairly close in tandem, but you can see the actuarial value is higher than the market value. So on a market value basis, we're only 71, 72% funded. The chart on the right shows the breakdown by tier. So you can see that the liability for tier 1 is about 5.2 billion compared to 47 million for tier 2. So tier 1 is really the dominant piece of this plan, and will be for quite some time. It's about 70% funded on a market value basis, 73% on an actuarial value, compared to tier 2, which is a little over 100% funded right now. These charts break down the contributions. The left chart's looking at contribution rates, the right chart's looking at contribution amounts and how they've changed from the last valuation. This valuation determines the contributions for the fiscal year ending 2022. As we've shown before, the purple bars represent the member contributions and the city's normal cost. So that's the benefits attributed to the next year of service predominantly. And you can see that has remained relatively level from one year to the next. Then the gold bars are the payments on the unfunded liability. And the dark gold is the amount that goes towards paying the interest. So we charge interest on the unfunded liability at the assumed rate of return. And then the contributions above that go to pay down the actual principal of the unfunded liability. So this plan, we are, compared to plans across the country, this UAL principal piece is pretty substantial. When we look at plans across the country, there's, I think the Society of Actuaries did a study last year that found something like only 40% of plans were paying any of the UAL principal. And so we're not only paying some, we're paying a substantial piece of UAL principal. This year that, or for fiscal year end 2022, we're estimating that that would be about 56 million of the contribution will go to reducing the principal of the UAL. So it's these gold bars that are the volatile pieces from year to year. This year, things are relatively stable, but I'm going to turn it to Ann to go through the changes from the last valuation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to walk through a few steps to reconcile the reasons for the fiscal year end 2022 contribution increase. First, we did expect an increase to 85.8% or $215.7 million due to past asset losses. As you know, which for each year, gains and losses on the market value of assets are recognized over a 5-year period. So we were expecting to recognize some of those deferred investment losses with this valuation. And even if the plan had earned the 6.75% return, we would have expected this increase in contributions. Next, the actual asset experience for 2020 was a reason and accounted for a further increase in the contribution rate to about 86.7%. And as you recall, the market value of assets earned about 3.7% compared to the 6.75% target, which creates an actuarial loss. And these asset losses were slightly offset by some liability gains. Finally, the changes in the economic assumptions and extending a couple of your amortization layers accounted for an additional rate increase to 87.4%, However, there was minimal impact on the actual dollar amount of the city contribution, and I'll go into that in a little bit. But the reason for some of these increases were the economic changes increased your expected cost. And if you recall, we reduced the discount rate from 6.75% to 6.625%. The wage inflation was reduced from 3.25% to 3%, as well as a reduction in the inflation assumption from 2.5% to 2.25%. So those economic assumptions increased expected cost, and then the board approved to extend 2 layers, amortization layers, that were established back in 2005 to extend them by 1 year. And dollar-wise, this offset much of that cost impact from the economic assumption changes. So the reason why the contribution rate went up, even though the dollar cost stayed about the same, is based on our assumed payroll assumption. We're assuming that in fiscal year in 2022, there will be a lower payroll assumption based on the fact that we lowered the wage growth assumption from 3.25% to 3%. So lower payroll, with all else being equal, means that the UAL payments as a percentage of pay will increase. So that's the dynamic that's going on there.
Can I ask a quick question before you turn the slide?
Sure, yeah.
The $1.1 million difference between what was expected for the coming fiscal year and what we're going to be asking the city to pay, that 2022 expected amount of $215 million, was that the expected with the changes, or the expected based on last year 5-year contribution letter? Does that make sense what I'm asking, Bill? I don't know if you know how we prepare the 5-year letter for the city?
Well, I think the 215.7 was what was in the 5-year letter.
Okay, so in reality, the only difference is $1.1 million between what we told them it could be expected and what actually we are going to be asking them to pay.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
So next are some illustrations that are new to the board this year. And we wanted to show you a comparison of Tier 1 and Tier 2, the composition for some key metrics, because we found them very interesting. First, in the top left corner, you see the member counts. 85% of the membership of San Jose Police and Fire is for Tier 1 members, in large part because there's about 54% of the group is Tier 1 retirees. And then when you look at the actives comprise about almost 40% of the total membership. However, we already have about 1/3 of the active population being Tier 2 active. So with only 2/3 being Tier 1, which is interesting since Tier 2 has only been in place in 2013 and 2015, depending on the group, fire or police. Then when you look down at the bottom of the for the payroll, you see that Tier 1 is about 2/3, makes up about 2/3 of the payroll, whereas Tier 2 is about 1/3, which is very similar to the membership count. However, when you look at the actual liability, you can see that 99% of the accrued liability is compromises the Tier 1 membership. So the Tier 1 members account for almost all of the accrued liability. And then specifically, when you look at the active accrued liability, which is about 30% of the pie, the Tier 1 actives comprise 97% of the total. So even though they only they have 66% of the active count, they have 97% of the active liability. And this is true because the Tier 1 active members are older and they have more service. And then finally, you can look at the market value of assets split where it's similar to the accrued liability where 99% is tier one, and that small sliver of green is the tier two assets, about 1% of the total assets.
And another question, I apologize, and I'm pretty sure this information, the detail I'm going to ask is in the report. But for those members that are listening or watching, is the split that you're referring to here, is it pretty similar for each police and fire? I know you're speaking combined police and fire, but are these splits pretty similar for both sides, or is it one of those two groups very different than the other one?
Well, we have noticed in aggregate that the police membership is transferring over to tier two a little bit faster than than the fire is.
Okay.
So you're seeing a little bit more attrition on the police side.
All right, but I'm sure a lot of that, if someone is interested in getting more into the weeds of the differences between the fire and police, they can actually refer to the evaluation report.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, when did the tier two program start?
So tier two for police started in 2013. And then for fire, it started in 2015.
It's essentially safe to assume that the tier two numbers, we say the average age of those people is much younger than tier one.
Right. So for tier two in aggregate, the average age is about 31. And then tier one, we have the average age at 46. And then really what's important also is the service. Tier one members have about 18 years of service, while tier two have about 3.
Mr. Chairman, question? Good. Gotcha. Thanks. And on this chart, on the actuarial liability in the upper right corner of that pie, do you know what portion of the tier one actuarial liability is attributable to tier one COLA?
We don't have that information right now.
I believe it's in the report.
Yeah, because we have everything
Let me take a look.
report by basic and COLA.
You're wondering if the butler did it, huh, Harvey?
Colonel Mustard in the conservatory with a lead pipe.
I think part of the message that we want this to start to convey as we show it from year to year is you will see tier two take over active counts and payroll relatively rapidly, but it's going to take a long time for it to be a significant portion of the actuarial liability or of the assets. And it's a similar pattern that we followed on the federated plan. And it's just true for any new tier. You first get the active population, but they're younger and less service, so their liability is much smaller. And so it takes a long time before they become a significant part of the total plan liability.
Okay, so moving on to the contributions by tier. Here, this chart on the left-hand side breaks down the contribution dollar amounts by tier for both fiscal year 2021 and 2022. You can see that the member and city normal costs have remained relatively stable for tier one at 53 for the city to 52 this year. And then the members' contributions are staying relatively stable, but you do see the increase in the contributions primarily due to that increase in the UAL payment of $11 million from 141 to 152. And the tier 2 contributions are increasing both for the city and for the members slightly, and that's primarily reflecting the growth of the tier 2 in their payroll when they're replacing the tier 1 members. So this chart here shows a comparison of last year's contributions and the contributions set for this year's valuation in all the gory detail. If you focus your attention to the top right corner, we are looking at the member rates. The top row are the tier 1 member rates, and you can see that those rates increased by 20 basis points for tier 1 and also 20 basis points for tier 2. Moving down to the city contributions, you can see the tier 1 UAL has increased by that $11 million. And that's primarily when you look at the breakdown between police and fire, you can see that the police UAL payments have been relatively stable, whereas you see an increase for the fire group. And that's primarily due to there were liability gains for the police this year versus there were liability losses for the fire group. And that's mainly due to those bargained salary increases for the next year or two. The tier 1 normal cost rates and expenses have decreased while the tier 2 contributions have increased. And that again is a shift in the demographics of the active members. There's less active tier 1 members and there are more tier 2 members. And so that's the dynamic that is happening with those normal cost rates. So in aggregate, the contribution rate increased 84.6% to 87.4%. The police aggregate rates are about the same. And you can see there's an increase in the fire rates, which is most of the impact on the total contribution. So now we're going to look at the changes in the UAL from last year to this year. There was an increase in the unfunded accrued liability based on your actuarial value of assets of about $100 million. The floating bars in the middle of that graph are the sources of those changes. On the left, we have reductions in the UAL, and on the right, we have increases in the UAL. The increases are, we've talked about them, is the investment return for fiscal year in 2020, and that increased the UAL by about $90 million. And also all of the economic assumption changes increased the UAL by about $74 million. On the left, you can barely see a sliver of gray there, but that's the liability gains for the year, which were primarily salaries being less than expected. And then the red bar is that piece of the contribution that is going towards paying the principal down on the UAL. And as Bill had said previously, that your plan definitely has a much larger portion of its contributions going towards principal. It reduced the UAL this year by $46 million, and that's about 20% of the contributions are going towards the principal on your UAL. So this chart shows the 10-year history in the changes in the UAL, and we've stacked those source changes on top of each other for each year. The blue line represents the net change in the UAL for each year. And then the black line at the very top of the graph is showing where the discount rate is for each plan year. The table at the bottom shows these actual numbers that are supporting the graph above. And in total, over the last 10 years, the UAL has increased about $730 million. One of the primary sources of that increase is the experience on the actual value of assets, which accounts for about $696 million of that UAL increase. Overall, over this 10-year period, the actual value of assets earned an average of about 5% per year. The next source of increase in the UAL is the assumption changes of 543 million over the 10-year period. This is primarily due to changes in the discount rate, lowering that discount rate so that we can mitigate any future losses on the actual value of assets. But it also incorporates mortality changes and some retirement changes as well. The sources that provided decreases in the UAL are your liability gains of 260 million, and the primary source of that is the 346 million due to salary reductions back in 2010 and 11. And then next are your contributions that are going towards the payment of your principal, a total of $221 million. And again, this is due to the board's amortization policy where you have shorter periods to amortize losses over, and a portion of the contribution gains that are going towards principal.
And I apologize, I'm sure you said it, but I was taking notes and I missed it. The $543 million in assumptions, how much of that is mostly related to discount rate changes?
We haven't broken that out specifically, but I can tell you that, well,
the vast majority of it.
Is it? Okay, yeah, because the 131 decrease in 2017, part of that is due to a update to our mortality assumption where we overshot the mortality improvements in previous years using those Society of Actuary projection scales. They keep updating them every year. So as Bill said, there's more of it is leaning towards the discount rate changes.
Thank you.
To compliment you, this is a really great slide. It's very helpful for me, for sure.
Great, thank you. So this is the current schedule of UAL amortization payments for Tier 1 to pay off that Tier 1 unfunded. And when I say current, it's because we've made a couple changes in the last few years. With the 2019 valuation, the board approved to smooth out a steep drop in the payments from 2026 to 2028. So we smoothed out that drop, and then there's just a gradual decline thereafter. But with this valuation, we extended two bases that were set up back in 2005. We extended it from 1 year to 2 years, which further smoothed out the contributions for 2022 and 2024. So next here we're showing historical projection or historical funded ratios and outstanding balances on your UAL. The historical amounts are in the darker colors, the darker gray on top and the darker red on the bottom. On the top graph, we're also showing a projection of the actuarial funded ratio. Again, this is a actuarial fantasy because we are assuming that every year after 2020 that every assumption for each year is made exactly so that you're going to hit your 6.625% assumed rate of return for each and every year. But what's important about this is just to see that with your current methods, your funding methods and amortization policies, that you will be funding the plan close to 100% funded by the end of a 15-year period, and you're making steady progress each year. Corresponding to the funded ratio below, we have the UAL historical and the projections. And this is the outstanding balance of your UAL. It's like your outstanding balance on your credit card. It's not the payments, it's the balance. And you can see that corresponds to the funding progress above, or each year you're chipping away at the balance and principal on your UAL. Finally, we're showing you the projections of your contributions. On the top, we have contribution rates, and on the bottom, we have contribution dollar amounts. And again, historically, the darker colors represent the historical rates and the historical dollar amounts. So on the top graph, you can see that in 2022, you're at 87%. In 2023, it looks like it's an increase, but it really is basically flat at 87%. It's just above that line, just so you can, you can actually read it. And then after 2023, you have gradual declines in your contribution rates to 2029, and then you have more significant decreases thereafter when the contribution is anticipated to decrease to 28% by 2037. Again, this is assuming each and every assumption is met each and every year. Now,
so industry, let me jump in. So those are in real dollars, right?
well, at the top percentages, right? And then the bottom.
Right, but the bottom one really says in 2027, we'd expect you to write a check for 238 million, right?
Right.
Whatever it is. So if I'm reading this right, Ann, that's growing at less than the background rate of inflation, which is 2 or 3%.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, one thing we could say to the city is, yeah, bad news it's going up. Good news it's going up less than inflation. That's fair to say, kinda, sorta?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's good. That's helpful for us to know in regards to city. Thanks, Ann.
Yeah, and there's a couple things going on here is that your UAL payments are increasing with assumed inflation at 2.25%, and your normal cost is increasing by about, it's increasing by about 3% for tier 2 actives, but because you have the tier 2 actives replacing the tier 1 actives, you have an overall decrease in the total normal cost dollars that are being paid out into the future. And you're also paying off some amortization bases in some of those years as well.
Can I jump into the question here, Drew?
Sure.
So if you could look at slide 12, just go back one, I guess. And so this goes to some of the discussions we've had here, trying to understand what happened. So between 2011 and 2012, the funding went from 84 to 79, so it decreased quite a bit, right? That's the biggest change I'm seeing here on this slide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So then if you go back to slide 10,
mm-hmm.
One more. Okay, so let's look at 2012. So we had a change in the discount rate, and that would go under assumptions, right? That is a part of the 107 or most of it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the actuarial value of assets, that's a loss. So we didn't, I don't know how we did, but I figure we were well behind our expectation. Is that correct?
Right. And so for that specific year as well, is that actuarial loss on the assets is on the actual value of assets.
Right.
Where we were still recognizing the tail end of those 2008, 2009.
Oh, got it.
Because it's recognized over a 5-year period.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So that 2009 loss really carries forward into this actuarial value loss in 11, 12, and 13.
Right. But the 12 is big because I figure that you kind of divided equally between 11, 12, and 13.
That's correct.
Yeah, so
you're bringing in rolling amounts, but I do think 2012 was not a good year in terms of return. 2011, I think, was, but we have to go back and look.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, so for the dollar amount of these contributions, like Drew has recognized, is that between 2023 and 2029, you're seeing just slight gradual increases in the dollar amount of the contribution, but then you are seeing more, some decreases going forward after that, where you're paying off some of those layers of those amortization losses.
Yeah, I think one of the important things Ann was talking about that's keeping that growth lower than inflation is the transition to tier two. And we would normally expect the normal cost to remain level as a percent of pay. And what you're seeing on this top chart is this gradual decline. That's really reflecting the shift from tier one to tier two, where the tier two piece is a lower normal cost. So those charts show, as Ann referred to, our actuarial fantasy, where all of our assumptions come true each and every year. And we know that that doesn't happen. And so there's a whole section in our valuation report on a risk assessment that looks at some of the things that we see as key risks. And for this plan, one of the things we've talked about every year is the plan maturity. And that is an indicator, plan maturity is generally an indicator of how sensitive a plan is to risks. And by sensitive, we mean how much a change would affect your contribution rate. So thinking of the rate as being sort of a proxy for revenue of the sponsor. And so mature plans, changes both positive and negative, tend to have a bigger impact on the rate. So the most intuitive measure we have of plan maturity, we call the support ratio. And it's the ratio of the total number of members to the active membership. And so as what we've seen here, we expect kind of a gradual increase in this rate as you get more and more retirees and your active population stays relatively level. But around 2009 and 10, we started seeing a drop in the active population. And so you can think of the active population as kind of the units of sponsor resources to pay for the plan, whereas the total membership it represents units of liability. And so as those units of resources to pay for the plan declined and the units of liability went up, that ratio went up significantly. And we've gotten to the point now where it came down a little and we've been fairly level, but that transition was quite significant.
And let me jump in, Bill, and pay you and Ann a really, really well-deserved compliment. So to you new trustees, for those of us who've been here a long time, Bill, God bless him, beat the drum on this back in 2012, 13, and 14, said, you guys got to pay attention, you guys got to pay attention. And so as much as anyone, Bill, you know, we've just been told we had like the best returns ever in the state. And Bill, you and Ann are as much responsible for that as anyone. Because when you beat that drum, Vince Sanzeri picked that up and built a financing strategy that matched. So thank you, Bill and Ann, for beating that drum, always telling us what we need to hear. Thank you.
And we're going to continue to beat it, at least for a couple more slides here. Thank you, Drew. The chart on the bottom here helps put it in perspective nationally. The bars represent the range of the support ratio calculated for the plans in the public plan database. And so there's about 200 plans, a little under 200 plans for the entire period. And so the bars go from the 5th to the 95th percentile of those plans. And we graph the black diamonds are the police and fire plan, and then the gold diamonds combine both police and fire and federated. And that doesn't make as big a difference here, but I think it's important to look at the gold diamonds as much as the black diamonds, because most of the other plans in that public plan database have both police and fire and general employees in the same plan. And so their statistics would be more equivalent to the combination. Also, it's the combination that represents the city and the resources supporting each of the plans. But you can see we went from being kind of around the median. There's been growth across the country in this ratio, and that's kind of the natural evolution of the maturity of these plans. But in 2009-10, we broke away from being at the median and are between the 75th and 95th percentile in the country on those measures. The other measures we really look at that you can translate much more directly into an impact are what we call leverage ratios. The asset leverage ratio is just the ratio of the market value of assets to the payroll supporting the plan. And that is a very good indicator of the sensitivity of your contributions as rates to investment experience. And you can see the police and fire plan has always been high compared to other plans in the database. And that's typical of police and fire plans, that they tend to be higher. But even when you combine with federated in these gold diamonds, the San Jose has been high. And then after 2009-10, when the member count dropped, payroll also dropped, it represented a reduction in the revenues and resources for the city. And so those ratios went way up and above what we're seeing nationally, above the 95th percentile. And for this plan, quite a bit above what we're seeing nationally. Now, there certainly are other safety plans out there that are up in that level. But if you looked at, for example, LA Police and Fire, it's closer to where the gold diamonds are. So you tend to be much higher on this measure, and so more sensitive to investment returns that are not expected.
Do you guys have any clients that are higher than us, Bill?
I don't know that we have any ongoing. We've done some work for the city of Detroit, and their police and fire plan is higher. And we've done some projects for some other plans that are higher.
Well, that's reassuring to know that we're right up there with Detroit.
Detroit is a closed plan too, right? So their payroll is shrinking.
Well, no, they have an ongoing plan. And even if you put the legacy plan and the ongoing plan together on police and fire, they're really high. What they have is, that's very different from here. They don't have a rise up in 2009 to these high levels. They have a 30-year history of decline and growth in these measures. So it's a different dynamic, but got them to an even more extreme position.
Bill, with respect to these leverage ratios, the point being essentially is how vulnerable the plan is to wide swings and its impact on the funded ratio. Is that correct?
It's less on the funded ratio. It's more the impact on the contribution rates. So one way to think about it is if you have this ratio of 10, if you have a 10% loss compared to your investment assumption, that loss is equivalent to 100% of your payroll, 10 times 10. If you were at 15, that loss is 150% of your payroll. And so if you're going to make up that loss with contributions as a percent of payroll, it's a smaller number if you're making up 100% than it is if you're making up 150%.
And that leverage works on the upside as well. So when the plan has returns that are greater than the assumed return, it works in your favor in helping with that contribution number?
Absolutely. And so by more sensitive, I mean more sensitive, it's more volatile. It goes in both directions.
So in a perfect world here, all plans are striving for this, but we want to minimize downside and try and capture as much upside as possible in the plan.
Yeah, we always want that, right?
Right, but that plays to the strength of these leverage ratios, ideally.
Yeah, it means that that variance is going to be more exaggerated for you than for other plans. And so, we've had a good 6 months of returns. If we hang on to that, that will have a significant positive effect on.
That's exactly where I was going with that thinking is, we've had the periods of time where the performance has been soft, as people has pointed out, compared to our peers. But these leverage ratios have been one of the factors that have prevented us from taking a lot of risk. But the move that we've seen in the last 6 months should actually help us out a fair amount, I would imagine, because we've had a nice upside move in plan performance.
Right. Assuming we can hang on to that gain for the next 6 months.
Yeah, we'll just go to cash for the next 6 months and just lock it in. What, $3.7 billion, you got to cash, no problem. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So the liability leverage ratio is very similar, but instead of assets, we use the actuarial liability divided by payroll. And so if you're 100% funded, these ratios will be the same, right? But this ratio is more important to look at in terms of the impact of assumption changes. And so when we reduce the discount rate, it has a bigger impact on the contribution rates for this plan than it would for a plan with a lower leverage ratio. And so that's one of the reasons that we've been taking it very much a step at a time as we bring down the discount rate, because each time we do, it does have a significant impact on the contribution rates.
Thank you.
One of, to get the risk assessment section of our report has a number of different analyses, but one of them is just looking at what we've called interest cost at risk. And it's, what if you had an investment return that was 2 standard deviations different from your expected? And so here we're looking at that'd be almost a 19% loss in your case. Well, this is the current contribution broken out between those components that we showed earlier in the presentation. This is what we expect if all the assumptions are met. But if we have that loss, here's what happens. Nothing happens to the normal cost. There's a slight uptick for members that's due to the tier 2 members who have to pay half the UAL. The big immediate jump is this interest on the UAL, going from 36% of pay to 61% of pay, just to pay the interest on that UAL. Now that's because we measure that on the market value of assets. And then we smooth the assets and have an amortization, but it really takes a chunk out of how much we can pay down the principal going forward temporarily, and jumps the city contribution up to 105% of pay from 88. So just that 1 year of really, really bad investment performance would have a really, really bad effect. And as we recognized the full investment loss over 5 years, this number would continue to go up. Now, hopefully we'd get a bounce back in the market or something that would offset those increases. But that's just to give you a sense of the magnitude of what would happen with a really, really bad return. Here, we're doing our stochastic projections using we use a log normal distribution with the Makita's standard deviation and our expected return. We're showing the historical contribution rates and then the range of potential outcomes going forward. And this is part of what Jeremy was talking about, that even though over time the average return gets in a narrower and narrower range, the actual cost gets wider and wider. We do see a trend downward because we're paying off portions of the UAL. And so it is really the rest of this decade that we're expecting things to be at a really a fairly high level before we really start bringing the rate down. But the range of potential rates is fairly large. And as Jeremy would point out, this is based on a model. Models don't completely reflect reality. So there is a lot of uncertainty around that model. Here, we just wanted to show tier 1 versus tier 2, and we're looking at contribution amounts. We put tier 2 on the same scale as tier 1 so that you can get the sense all of that variability going forward over the next 15, 20 years we're looking at is really attributable to tier 1. The tier 2 piece, there's just not enough assets for the investment returns to make that big of a difference until it gets much larger. Eventually it will, but in this time period, it's not the elephant in the room. It's really all about the tier 1. So with that, I do have the live model available if you wanted to look at anything in particular, but we'd take any questions you have on the valuation. There's also the full report. I wasn't planning to go through it, but if you have questions on the full report, I'm happy to take those as well.
Let me go around the clock here and see if anybody's got any specific questions for Bill. Andrew, got any questions for Bill or Ann? No, Andrew. Sunita, any questions for Bill or Ann?
I guess I have one question from the initial part of the presentation where, just looking back at which page that was, sorry. The liability went up 4.6% from 2019 to 2020. That's page 3. So does that get amortized over 5 years? Because the contribution rate by the city was obviously went up by a lower amount.
Right. So the liability goes up each year by benefits for the new year of service, for interest, and then it goes down for benefits paid. And so we expect it to go up at a higher rate than the contribution, hopefully, because on the flip side, we have assets that are earning an investment return. And so the assets, we hope, are going up as fast as the liabilities. The assets are going to go up with the investment earnings and the contributions, less the benefit payments.
So answer my question. It doesn't include asset returns. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Anything else, Anita? Okay, great. Howard, anything from you?
No, Bill and Ann, thank you. No, it was helpful to see this once again.
Great. Eshvar, any questions?
No, thank you, Bill and Ann. Good presentation. I appreciate it.
Nick?
Thank you, guys. No questions. Thank you, Drew.
Dick?
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. Vince, anything?
No, I just appreciate the great work that they always do for us and the thorough explanation. Thank you.
Franco?
No, I'm good.
I'm the last one. Hey, Bill, go to those very last slides where we talked about that blue stochastic envelope. I think Pam's still on. Yeah, Pam's still on. Yeah. So Pam, Councilman Foley, if you're still on, so this is what I keep kind of pinging the mayor about. Is to some extent the city, I think we're sort of counting on to say how, just like Vince said, well, we feel a lot of happiness on the upside, a lot of pain on the downside, but we're not symmetric, and neither is the city. And to some extent, Councilman Foley, I think what we look for over time is on the upper end of that stochastic band. If we get very bad luck, when does the city really start to feel pain? And we can react to that, I think, as prudent trustees by dialing down the range of those blue bars, which would probably have the effect of raising slightly the dark black in the middle. This is all a multidimensional complex problem. So to the extent, Councilman Foley, that you're still there and you can hear me, that's what I keep pinging the mayor about is what's your tolerance for pain? Because we have control over these knobs. That's it, Bill. Again, excellent presentation by you and Ann. So this is something we need to approve. So the floor is open for a motion to accept this.
Motion to approve Santos.
Motion approved by Santos. Vince, can I get a second from you?
Yeah, second for me.
Great. How do we vote? Andrew?
Aye.
Sunita?
Aye.
Howard? Howard, you out there?
Yes.
Oh, good. Eshvar?
Aye.
Nick?
Aye.
Dick?
Yes.
Vince?
Aye.
Franco?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Staying with you, Bill and Ann, as we segue to OPEB.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing this and reshare and hopefully get the right presentation up. So on OPEB, I have with me Mike Shunning, who is our health actuary. And
It's nice to see you again, Mike.
Good to see you guys too.
okay, hopefully I have the right presentation.
Oh, we got it, Bill. We're good.
All right. So we just finished the pension valuation. We're at the beginning of the OPEB valuation. And so this presentation is to talk about the assumptions that are specific to the OPEB valuation. And then next month, we'll come back with the valuation results for the OPEB valuation. The OPEB plan is mostly closed. There's only tier 1 members who didn't elect out and into the VIBA get full benefits from the OPEB plan. Other members who are not eligible for full benefits do get benefits under a catastrophic disability. So it's not completely closed because there is that catastrophic disability, but the large benefits are based on a closed population. Those members who are eligible for full benefits make a fixed contribution of 8% of pay. So in the pension plan, we end up calculating what the members contribute based on the assumptions and a split of the normal cost or a split of the total cost for tier 2. But here the member contributions are just fixed. And so we're not tinkering with those. We do set the city contributions. So that's what the board is doing, is setting the city contributions. But the city has in the statute an option to cap their contribution at 11% of pay. So that's not under the board's control, that's the city's. It's not certain that they would cap it, they just have the option to cap it. And like for the pension, this valuation is determining the contributions for fiscal year end 2022. Now in the OPEB plan, there are two kinds of subsidies. And we really focused on one here with the board, and that's the explicit subsidy, because that's the portion that is pre-funded in the trust. Those benefits are based on the plan will pay the premium for the health coverage that the retiree selects up to 100% of the premium for the lowest cost plan offered to active employees. And so there is a Kaiser plan that's the lowest cost plan, and that sets the level of the explicit subsidy for pre-Medicare, and then post-Medicare, it really depends on which plan is elected. In addition to that, there is a cost for having retirees in the same healthcare plans, and that's called the implicit subsidy. We finance that on a pay-as-you-go basis, and it's really the difference between the expected claims costs and the total premium charge for the coverage. Now, since the premium is the same as what's used for active employees and retirees for the pre-Medicare population, and we know healthcare costs vary by age, so the older members have higher claims than the younger members. The cost for a retiree generally exceeds that premium. And so that is an additional cost that the city has to reflect in their disclosures, but it doesn't go into the funding calculations for the 115 trust. And the city just pays that as a part of their active premiums. So it's handled on a pay-as-you-go basis. For the valuation report, we have to track it, report it, and the city has to disclose it in their financials. But for the most part, this board does not have to address it. Just to set the stage, here are the valuation results from the last valuation, and focusing on the contributions for this year. One thing of interest, the member contributions at 8% of pay are slightly more than the total normal cost. So the members are paying the normal cost plus a portion of the UAL. And then the city contribution, the gold bar, is all going towards the UAL. These plans started their funding much later than the pension, and so we've been building up, and we're just getting to that tread water point. And so all of this is really paying interest on the UAL at this point. Looking at the funded status, we're about 33% funded for police and 27% funded for fire. Fire started their funding later than police, so they're a little further behind. You can see that this is the same type of chart that we had for the pension. So the blue is the liability for those in pay status, and red for those who are active. And again, the substantial portion of the liability is for those in pay status. And because this is, the full benefits are closed, that's gonna just grow over time. We expect the active portion to get smaller each year and the in-pay to get larger until we reach a certain point and start just completing the payments for people in pay status. So the board sets the contribution policy, and just as a reminder and to go through it for the new board members, the policy is that the city contributions are the normal cost plus administrative expenses plus an amortization payment on the UAL less member contributions. So remember, those member contributions are fixed. We figure out the total amount that we think should go into the plan, and the city just pays the difference between that total amount and what the members pay. We do the amortizations a little bit different because this has been a transition from a plan that was not funded to one we're trying to pre-fund. We have a longer amortization period. It's 25 years. And we do a 3-year phase in and phase out instead of asset smoothing. And so part of the reason for that is in the pension plan, most of the volatility is the investment return on the assets. Here, much of the volatility is on the liability side with changes in healthcare costs. And as those go up and down, the liability will bounce around, and as well as the investment side. And so we've built a smoothing mechanism into the amortization so that we can capture the volatility on both sides, both the asset and liability side. And the amortization payments increase with wage inflation each year. On the pension, we had dropped that down below wage inflation. But given how much smaller this is than the pension plan, which I should have mentioned on the prior slides, and the cap, the optional city cap, we've been amortizing this based on our wage inflation assumption. Here we're showing our projections for police, and you can see we're at 33% funded. It's going to, even if all of our assumptions are met, it'd be 2043 before we're 100% funded. The other thing you can see is because this is a closed plan, the liability itself reaches a peak around 2034 and then starts declining. The bottom chart, the purple are the member contributions and the gold are the city, and you can see the member contributions go away as members retire. And so the city's contribution is going to grow both with the scheduled increases in the amortization payments, but also with the decline in the member contributions. The red line is an allocated portion of the the optional maximum contribution for the city. And you can see we're just under it, and we're projected to be just right on it going forward. It's a similar picture for fire, except they're starting a little bit further behind, but still designed to get to fully funded by 2043. And similar issue with the contributions. So with that, I'll turn to the assumptions for the 2020 valuation. We use much of the same assumptions as we use for the pension valuation. So retirement rates, disability rates, mortality rates, all of those are the same. But there are some specific assumptions we need to use for the OPEB plan. And we used to use the same discount rate because the assets were mostly in the pension trust, so they were invested the same way. But now they're no longer that way. Most of the assets, excuse me, are in 115 trust. It has 179 million compared to 29 million in the 401h account in the pension trust. And so we really need to look at the expected returns of the 115 trust instead of the pension trust. So using a similar analysis that we did for the pension plan, but looking at the asset allocation for the 115 trust, we have much lower expectations going forward for the 115 trust. Range from 5.2 to 6.2% over 10 to 20 year time horizons. Those are based on Makita's post-pandemic capital market assumptions. We also looked at a survey of investment consultant assumptions, but these are pre-pandemic, but get a slightly higher expected return over 20 years. But given that our current assumption is 6.5, and now that's probably not reasonable anymore. And so we're suggesting that you consider moving it down at least 25 basis points and maybe more, depending on your preferences. And we also know that there's an asset allocation study coming specifically on the 115 trust. And so that could change the outlook, and we wouldn't want to overreact at this time. But given the data, 6.5 would be a pretty aggressive assumption. And so I think you should look at reducing that assumption. I'm going to turn it to Mike to go through the healthcare assumptions.
Right. So I'm going to go through the ones that are very explicit to the healthcare. And the first really is the explicit subsidy, which is the main driver of the liability. And that is based on the lowest cost health plan, which is the Kaiser deductible plan. And you can see that that actually went up by 6.3%, which is good news because we expected it to go up by 8%. So it went up by a little bit less than expected. The other thing that happened is that for the Medicare eligible plans, for the first time, all three of the offered plans actually cost less than this low cost plan. Historically, it was only the Kaiser plan. And that's because those premiums actually decreased from what they were last year by anywhere from 5% to 9%. So that all of them will see premiums below that. It's still, from a liability point of view, the trust still basically ends up being liable for that lowest cost plan because the amount that's not used by a member to pay their Medicare premiums actually can go to offset their Part B premium. And so all of them now this year will get part of their Part B premium paid for by the subsidy. So next page is, next thing we have to really set are healthcare trend rates. So how do we think costs are going to increase in the future? And one of the things we look at to get an idea of where the short-term costs are is to really look at some historical data. And what this shows is two different sources of data. The blue bars are annual increases in employer health care costs using the Kaiser Family Foundation survey. They actually have been doing an annual survey for probably 25 years now. And it's basically the same group of employers year over year. So we can really get a good picture of what's happening. And you can see those increases, particularly in the early part of this century, were pretty high, and they've kind of moderated somewhat. The big increase in 2011 really is the Affordable Care Act related costs because that added a whole lot of benefits to plans. But over the long-term period, it's averaged 6.2%, and over the recent period, it's more like 5%. The yellow bars represent what Medicare costs have gone up, which is going to be the real driver for those Medicare Advantage plans that are offered. And you can see those, again, have been it's kind of a similar pattern, and recently they've been right around 4%. So what we use when we actually go forward to develop the cost, to kind of, the actual profession has kind of moved on from us throwing darts on the wall to figure out what we think it's going to be, is there's actually a medical trend model that was developed by the Society of Actuaries called the Getson model, that is a fairly robust economic model to look at trends, and we're really trying to build trends into their pieces. So what we do is you start with, what do we think based on market conditions things are going to be for the next 3 to 5 years? And so our initial trends, which are really short-term expectations in the market, are for the non-Medicare eligible going up by 7.66%. It's a little bit of an increase from last year. And that's really, while the Kaiser plans went up by just under 6%, the Anthem Blue Cross plans went up by a little bit more than 8%. So it's kind of an average between those two. But Medicare trends have been trending a little bit lower. And so we actually reduced that a little bit to 4.1% to 4.22. Then basically we go long-term to 2029, so 9 years from now, of really breaking trend into its pieces. One is price inflation. So what's the underlying kind of general inflation rate in the world? How much real GDP is going to grow over and above that? And then what's called excessive medical growth, because again, historically, medical costs have gone up by more than what inflation plus the GDP have gone up. And so we've reduced price inflation a little bit because of what's been going on in the market, but the GDP growth up a little bit because of kind of the longer term projections of kind of total productivity growth, which is the GDP plus price inflation, has been fairly flat. It's a little bit lower, but the medical cost is up by a little bit, by 0.1%. And then what the model does is then it grades it down under the logic that if it was always 1% above, you reach a point in which 100% of the economy supports the medical industry, which really can't happen. And we've already started to see some of that pushback, that the medical costs as a percentage of total GDP is kind of flattened out and hasn't been increasing the level it had been historically. And so what we grade down to longer term is really just a nominal GDP growth, saying that medical costs probably will go up by more than inflation, but they're not going to go up by more than the general growth in the economy, so that we reach a level that medical costs are at a 25 to 26% of total gross domestic product going forward. And that's set at 3.78%. And so these two charts really compare last year's versus this year's. And it really shows the differences are really nominal. For the non-Medicare, the initial trends are a little bit higher for the first 10 years, and then they're actually a little bit less for the rest of the period. Medicare is the same kind of thing. It's a little bit lower, goes a little bit higher, and then goes a little bit lower. So net, the trend really isn't going to have a huge impact on the results. The next assumption we have to do is really for the active employees when they retire. What tier do we think they're going to elect? You know, they're going to cover just themselves, so they're just children, just a spouse, or an entire family. And what this chart compares at the top with males on the left and females on the right is what percentage are they actually covering? So you can see that a male retiree currently, 21% of them are only covering themselves, 7% are also covering just children, another 32% are covering a spouse, and the rest are covering a full family. You can see females are very different. So a female retiree is over half of them are just covering themselves. Another quarter are actually just covering their children, and the rest are covering someone else. But when we compare at the bottom of the chart, the first columns on the left show what the current valuation or what the prior valuation actually assumed. And you look at the numbers on the top, you can see that the actual are very close to what the assumptions were. So we're basically suggesting that we don't see enough of a change that really makes us want to do that, to make a change to the assumptions. We monitor this over time, and we would really only recommend changes if we see a kind of a sustained difference, and we're really not seeing that. Everything's tracking pretty close to our assumptions, so we're recommending we just keep those unchanged as well. The next is the bigger one. Is not only do we have to guess whether they're going to cover dependents or not, but what plan are they going to select? And last year was an interesting year for us because last year the city transitioned in 2019. In addition to Kaiser, they offered some plans offered by Blue Shield of California and by Sutter Health. And in 2020, they replaced all of the Sutter and Blue Shield plans with Anthem Blue Cross plans. And so we had to make some assumptions on where we thought people would select based on the plan they were in before. And what this chart compares is where they actually enrolled in 2020 versus what we assumed for the purposes of the valuation. And we're definitely proposing some changes because, in particular, for the Anthem plans, they didn't select the way we thought they would, which was kind of interesting. And the biggest change was, since a number of the people were in the Sutter PPO plans, our assumption was they would want to stay in the Anthem plan that had Sutter as a provider. Well, they didn't actually do that because that was a more expensive plan. Most of them actually transitioned into the lower cost PPO plans that don't have Sutter as an option. And so what we're proposing is we make changes to our assumptions to be more consistent with where people actually enrolled in the plans. And they did something very similar on the Medicare side, but it was the more interesting one was historically 6% of the people had taken the Blue Shield HMO. Most of them left that plan and actually went to the Anthem PPO. So almost nobody is in the Anthem Medicare HMO for whatever reason they decided to do that. So again, we're just recommending we make the changes there to be more consistent with where people are actually enrolling in these Anthem plans. The next set is the in lieu options. Again, as we all know, Measure F added this in lieu option that at time of retirement, a retiree can waive health coverage and get a credit equal to 25% of the explicit subsidy for the tier of coverage for which they qualified. So for instance, if the person qualified for employee plus family coverage, it would be based on 25% of that employee plus family tier. And they get to basically accumulate that. And then when they come back to the plan at a later date, they've got this fund that can help pay for the additional cost. So if they didn't want the low cost Kaiser plan, they could offer, enroll in the full cost Kaiser plan and use this money to help pay that additional difference. And we don't have a whole lot of experience. Again, last year it was set on the first 2 years of experience. This year we've got another year. So we keep looking at it each year to say, do we need to make any changes to those assumptions? And so what we do is the column on the left shows for active members, what's the probability that they actually elect to be in lieu when they retire? And what these show is for 2020, 19, and 18, what percent of the actual active employees who retired in that period of time, how many of them actually took the in lieu coverage? And then we build a 90% confidence interval around it to get what the possible ranges are. And you can really see over the 3 years, it's varied from a little less than 25% to as much as 36%. But on average over the 3-year period, it's just under 30%, which is what our assumption is. And so we're proposing to keep it unchanged. Similarly for the term vested, bigger variation because it's a lot smaller number of people. But again, you can see that the observed rate has varied quite a bit. But over the 3 years, it's averaged just a little bit above what our assumption is at 50%. So again, we're recommending we just, again, keep that unchanged. It looks like it's tracking pretty close to our assumptions. The other thing we have to do with the in lieu coverage is, A, what tier are they in when they're electing the in lieu, so we know how much money they're crediting towards their in lieu account. And then the second thing is how long they're actually going to stay in lieu before they come back. And so when we look at the in lieu coverage, now that we've got more data, you can see that if you look at where people actually are coming from, the 25% of them are eligible for retiree only coverage, 20% for retiree plus spouse, and 55% for the pre-Medicare retirees versus our assumption of 25, 25, 50. So it's definitely showing a pretty big shift between people covering just a spouse versus covering a full family. So we're recommending we actually make that change. We're also seeing kind of a similar change for the Medicare eligibles, where it's built up to about 40% are only retiree only and 60% are retiree plus spouse versus our assumption is the other way around. And so we're proposing moving in that direction. Again, it's a very small number of individuals. And so we're recommending we just move from 60-40 to 50-50, not quite go all the way. The last one is the one where we really have no data yet, is how long are people going to stay out before they actually come back in? Our initial assumption was 5 years. So assuming that, somebody who retired this year and went in lieu, they wouldn't come back to the plan until 2025. And so we're going to recommend keeping that assumption unchanged to 5 years until we actually get some real experience to see how long people are staying out. The next is we actually explicitly, and it's kind of one of the requirements of the accounting standard, the actual administrative expenses for the trust. And based on last year's valuation, the assumption would be for this fiscal year, $42.33, because again, it increases each year with historical wage inflation. But we relook at it every year. And so the way we do it, as the chart shows, is we take the historic actual administrative expense, adjusted forward by the historical wage inflation, which is 3.25% historically, to get it up to everything is on a 2020 valuation year, divided by the number of members. And you can see that it's varied from $27 in 2013. It started to increase, hit a high of $55 in 17, and now it's back down to just over $31. And so the average over that period of time is $38.70. And then if we project that forward using our current wage inflation assumption of 3%, it would be $41 versus the 42. And so again, it's slowly bringing in the lower administrative expenses that seem to be developing over time. And so we just see a slight reduction in that. The last assumption is one, again, it's one, as Bill talked about earlier, is when we're setting the implicit subsidy that we have to value, is we basically develop age claim curves. And we actually do this based on each of the individual plans separately. And then for purposes of the valuation, using our assumptions as to which plans people enroll in, we kind of get these aggregate curves. And what this compares is what the curves were last year versus what they are this year. And you can see that for the Medicare plans, it's a pretty big decrease. It's a 7% decrease. So that's mainly due to the fact that those premiums went down. And then you see a smaller decrease for the pre-65 population. That's really more a function of the shift. Again, we historically assumed last year that more of the people would take that higher cost Anthem Blue Cross plan. They didn't do it. And so it basically causes an increase. This has no impact whatsoever on the explicit subsidy. So the piece that you're actually funding, this really just impacts that implicit subsidy piece that is shown for an accounting purpose. So the kind of all else being equal, you'll probably see a slight decrease in that implicit subsidy amount that really just impacts what the city has to show on its financial statement. So the next is really down to your decisions as to all of these various rates.
Yeah, so we'll take any questions, and we need the board to adopt the assumptions.
So let me jump in first. Obviously, there's kind of two components on this page. One is all the stuff Mike went through, and it seems that stuff seems pretty straightforward. But the discount rate is a pretty big deal. But I'm guessing, Bill, even the lowering from 6.25 to 5.75, because this fund is pretty small, just doesn't have that big an impact on the city. Yes.
Yeah, I think when I looked at some preliminary numbers, each 25 basis points adds about $1.25 million to the city contribution, maybe a little bit more than that.
Yeah. Bill, would you argue doing this all at once, that 50 basis point drop, or phasing it in? What do you think in terms of timing?
Well, I think there are a couple issues to consider. I know the Fed board considered sort of the impact to the city's next budget versus later budgets, and whether they wanted to make a big jump now or a smaller jump and consider further reductions later. The other issue is that you are doing an asset allocation study on the Win 15 Trust. And so if you are contemplating becoming more aggressive in that asset allocation, you probably wouldn't want to overshoot this year.
So what would you sort of recommend for timing? What did Federated choose to do?
Federated, well, first, they had not gone down to 6.5 like you did. They were still at 6.75. But they chose to go down to 6.25 this year. So they made a 50 basis point change.
So what would you sort of recommend, Bill? Well, I guess that is your recommendation is decide today to go from 6.25 to 5.75 today?
No, this isn't phrased very well.
Oh, okay.
Your current discount rate is 6.5.
Right.
We're suggesting you consider
I see.
something
That's right.
between 6.25 and 5.75. So I guess the other thing to note here is with all the other changes, you will be right at, or maybe even slightly over the city's optional cap. So if you reduce this too much, the city can still impose their optional cap and not contribute more.
So we've historically tended to only lower 25 basis points at a time. That's right. I forget. Sorry, Bill. I forgot it was 6.5 from the other slide. So you're kind of okay with us sticking with that approach, from what I sort of hear you saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So let's go around the room. Andrew, any questions? Oh, go ahead, Bill.
I think the one thing, let me go to that slide.
Sure.
Which one it was. Yeah. So I'm okay just going down to 6.25, but I do note that that's slightly above the 20 expectation for Makita. So I think you should be aware of that if you're going to 6.25, you're at the high end of their long-term expectation. And it would be comparable to sort of the 60th percentile expectation on a 10-year period.
It's sort of that tapping the brake strategy we've always had. The car's still in motion. May have to tap it again next year. Yeah. Great. Let's go ahead and get around the room. Andrew?
Yeah, Bill, a quick question for you is, and then I got a question for Prabhu. In regards to the cap, if we did drop down to 6.25, will we hit that city cap, or is it only if we get down to 6% or 5.75?
I think you will hit it at 6.25.
At 6.25, we'll hit it. Okay, and then it'll be up to it'll be up to the city if they want to go above the cap or stick with the cap.
Correct.
Okay, and then for Prabhu, refresh my memory. So when we made all the asset allocation changes, end of March, April timeframe, I know we made changes 2 or 3 times. Did those changes mirror in healthcare also, or did we not?
No, we did not. That was only for the pension plan. And so the idea is this year, in January, when we kick off the strategic asset allocation for the pension plan, we're concurrently going to look at healthcare.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Drew. Thanks.
Sunita?
One question, how does one reconcile different discount rates for plans that are pretty similar?
They have different asset allocations.
And the asset allocations are driven by the risk profile of the healthcare fund is different from pension fund?
Yeah, so Prabhu can probably speak to this more than I can, but it is different risk profiles. It's also different sizes of assets. So this is much smaller and so has been much more focused on public markets.
That's right, Bill. So yeah, Sunita, yeah, I think the risk profiles are different. Healthcare is a bit of a unique beast compared to the pension plan. And in fact, we do look at some of our peers. I believe our risk profile is actually higher than some of our peers. And in addition to that, as Bill pointed out, just the size is much smaller. So we don't take any exposure to private assets. We use only public proxies.
Any other questions? Does that answer the question?
Yeah, no, nothing else from me. Thanks.
Great. Howard? Howard? No. Eshfar?
So one question, I know we have, the table on page 11 shows passive strategies. And we've discussed this before, whether it makes sense to use some active strategies here. Prabhu, is that something we'll discuss as part of the asset allocation?
Yeah, I mean, we do have some active strategies. And so
Okay.
it's not all meant to be passive. But really the difference is more on the private versus public side than the active passive.
Yeah, for this slide, we do the capital market assumptions based on passive returns. And the assumption is essentially that if you elect an active manager, they will charge a fee, but you will expect a return at least equal to the fee that you're being charged for the active management. And so we're not anticipating any net returns above the passive amount when we do this calculation. That's all. That's
Okay.
all that we're trying to communicate there with that note.
Yeah, and one question, are the cash outflows for the healthcare, over the next 5 years as a percent of assets greater than in the pension fund? Benefits, I mean.
I'm trying to remember. I don't think in the short term they are, but they turn fairly quickly is my recollection. And that's certainly been one of the issues Makita has looked at. We provide them projections of net cash flows, benefit payments, and contributions.
Okay, yeah, I just, being much smaller, so I guess maybe we don't pay as much attention, and I'm just trying to see other ways in which we can maybe improve the way it's run, but we'll discuss it, I guess. Okay. Asset allocation. Yeah, thanks, Drew.
Sure.
Hi, Drew. Sorry, I hit the button. Can I?
Go ahead, Howard. You got any questions?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, just two quick questions. What is the decision by which we have to pull the trigger on any potential changes to the assumptions? Does any?
We're asking you to set the assumptions today so that we can come back with contribution amounts for the city at your February board meeting. Okay. And then just to confirm, Bill, you mentioned a 25 basis points change on the discount rate would amount to $1.25 million, 1.2. Is that right? Yeah, approximately. Okay, and then we have the consideration of the cap, though, right? Whatever at 6.25, it's going to hit. So the city has an optional cap they can impose to not pay more than 11% of pay, and we anticipate that at 6.25 you'll be slightly above that cap, and so even lower discount rates you'll be more above that cap. But it's an option for the city. It's not a requirement. So I think, your role is to say what contribution you think is appropriate, and then the city has the option of saying that exceeds our cap, so we're not going to contribute more. Okay. All right. Thank you. That was it.
Great. Thanks a lot, Howard. Nick, anything?
No, sir. Thank you.
Dick, anything?
Yeah, the last time you just made a motion by Vince to go to 6.5. Sound like the Federator is going to 6 and 2.5. It sounds like it would be best for us to go to 6.25 so we can manage both and compare and monitor. The CMIB would be the best way.
Thanks, Vince. You might be on mute, Vince. Hang on. No, you're still on mute, Vince.
How about now?
Oh, got you now, brother.
Okay, I just got to reflip my mic. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Bill, can you remind me again what you said about Federated and where they are on their discount rate on the OPEB plan?
They're at 6 1/4. Last year they were at 6 3/4 when you were at 6 1/2.
And they're at 6 1/4, but they haven't done this review yet like we're doing because we're a month ahead.
They did this review last month and elected to go from 6.75 to 6.25.
Okay, got it. All right. And it sounds like
your assets are invested exactly the same way yours are.
Okay. But what you're listing as reasonable alternatives is 6 1/4, 6 or 5.75.
Yeah,
Correct.
or anything in between if you wanted to split the difference.
Right, exactly. Okay, all right. I don't have any questions. I just want clarification on that. Thanks, Drew.
Ms. Franco?
No question.
Okay, my turn. Hey, Bill, go take us back to that slide with the alternatives. So unusually, I'm going to go ahead and sort of make the motion, at least to sort of open up any debate, because I think it was Vince and I that many, many years ago locked arms that we really would try, at least with the overall plan, not to lower more than 25 basis points at a time. And although this is not the same plan, it has some of the same effects. So I will make the motion that we adopt all of these recommendations with a choice of 6 1/4%. Is there a second to that motion?
Second to motion.
Great. Floor is kind of open. I don't think I have to go around the room. Does anybody have any strong objections to that? Does anybody want to jump in now and suggest something different?
I don't have an objection. I just got a follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead.
So, Bill, knowing that there is a cap of 11%, and we're going to hit it at 6 1/4, just thinking of down the line, down the future, is there any reason to ever drop it below 6 1/4? Because we're always going to hit that cap.
Well, we have to see what the experience is to know whether we will always hit the cap. And that's going to be heavily dependent on actual healthcare trends, as well as the investment returns. The only reason to go to generate a contribution that's greater than the cap is to communicate what you think should be contributed to the fund. And it's up to the city to impose the cap if they want. So.
Okay. It'd be more of a message to the city. Hey, we think this is what the contributions should be. We know that you have a cap, but the ball's in your court to decide on how you want to proceed.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Another question.
Anybody else want to jump in? If not, go ahead, round robin the vote. Andrew?
Aye.
Sunita?
Aye.
Howard?
Yes.
Eshvar?
Aye.
Nick?
Aye.
Nick?
Yes.
Vince? Yep, maybe I'm mute again, Vince. Vince? Going once. Vince? I assume he votes yes. He seconded the motion, but it didn't count. Franco?
Aye.
And I will vote aye. So thank you so much, Bill and Ann and Mike. That was great as always. So let me give you just a little update on what we're going to do now on the board. I've got a note here in orders today that says our camera crew needs us to recess from 1 p.m. to 1:05 p.m. while they do the equivalent, I guess, of changing tapes. But I think with 6 minutes until then, I can get through the service retirements, as well as the note of death and survivorship. So I apologize in advance to the 16 names on this list. I'm going to read this very, very rapidly because it is so long. So this is the list of service retirements. Robert D. Adams, Fire Captain, Fire Department, effective Jan 23rd, 2021 with 25.49 years of service. Gregory W. Alameda, Fire Captain, Fire Department, effective January 23rd, 2021 with 24.96 years of service. Fabrice B. Bellini, Police Sergeant, Police Department, effective January 23rd, 2021 with 22.8 years of service. Hung T. Bui, Police Officer, Police Department, effective January 22nd, 2021 with 25.28 years of service. Notice that we already voted to change that from the January 2015 UC to the January 22nd that I just read. Roberto M. Garcia, Fire Engineer, Fire Department, effective Jan 23rd, 2021 with 29.94 years of service. Brett D. Johnson, Police Officer, Police Department, effective January 23rd, 2021, 31.57 years of service with reciprocity, 20.53 for us and 11.03 for public employees of California. Amir Khaligi, Police Sergeant, Police Department, effective January 23rd, 2021, 27.24 years of service for he as well with reciprocity, 22.67 years with us and 4.57 with PERS. Christopher Knopf, Assistant Police Chief, Police Department, effective January 23rd, 2021 with 28.96 years of service. Jason A. Krasow, Fire Inspector, Fire Department, effective January 23rd, 2021 with 25.74 years of service. As fast as I can. Michael R. Nelson, Firefighter, Fire Department, effective January 23rd, 2021 with 20.08 years of service. Alcibiades Pena Jr., good parents, that's a great name. Firefighter, Fire Department, effective January 19, 2021 with 23.06 years of service. Thomas M. Reed, Fire Captain, Fire Department, effective January 9th, 2021 with 25.7 years of service. Domingo Sanchez, Police Sergeant, Police Department, effective Jan 23rd, 2021 with 29.09 years of service with reciprocity, 24.84 for us and 4.25 for PERS. Carl Shepard, Police Sergeant, Police Department, effective Jan 22nd, 2021. 26.41 years of service. Michael Trudeau, Police Sergeant, Police Department, effective Jan 22nd, 2021, 22.81 years of service. And Jim A. Ureta, Police Sergeant, Police Department, effective Jan 23rd, 2021, with 28.53 years of service with reciprocity, but no specificity listed. Do I have a motion to approve these?
Motion by Santos.
A motion by Santos, second by Gardner. Round robin the vote. Andrew?
Aye.
Sunita?
Aye.
Howard?
Yes.
Eshvar?
Aye.
Nick?
Aye.
Nick?
Yes.
Vince? Can't hear you, Vince. It's good.
Aye.
Skip. Thank you, Vince. It's an aye from Vince. Franco?
Aye.
And I vote aye. I don't know, did any of you want to say anything about any of these folks?
Santos here. I knew many of them. I just wish them nothing but the best and thanks for the service.
Anything from the other side, Nick?
Yeah, I echo Dick's sentiments. A lot of, as usual, we've seen the last several months now, a lot of experience walking out the door. Just want to wish them the best of luck and continued success. That's
great. In the next 2 or 3 minutes, I'm going to read off a notification of the death of Stephen Windish, police captain, retired March 31st, 1978, died November 4th, 2020. No survivorship benefits. We'll now have a moment of silence. Thank you. It's not my usual style to comment on these, but I noticed that unusual retirement date. So in addition to thanking his family for his service to the city of San Jose, I'd also like to thank his family for his service to the nation. This gentleman fought in World War II. He joined the Navy, according to his obituary in 1943. Quite a thing. Does anybody want to say anything? about this gentleman?
Yeah, Drew, I didn't have the honor of meeting Captain Windish, but his son Steve and I worked together for many years at the department. So just reaching out to Steve and his family. Very sorry to hear of his dad's passing, but you're right. What an American! And thank you so much for his service, both in the military and for the city of San Jose.
From his obituary, it sounded like he was with us and present till the day he died and left behind 5 great-grandchildren. That's quite an accomplishment. We'll now take a break for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 5 minutes past 1. Thanks, everybody. I am not on mute. Okay, let's see. All right, on to committee reports. Eshvar, anything to report from the investment committee?
We had a meeting on December 22nd, joint IC and IC. We had a presentation on tail risk hedging, a review, kind of reviewed a manager due diligence process. We did transaction analysis on, FX and equity, trading, and we had a risk report from Veris. So that's it. I think you're on mute, Drew.
Thanks, Eshvar. Let's note for the record that we received the minutes from the October 27, 2020 Joint Investment Committee meeting. We've received those and they will be filed. Franco, anything to report from audit?
No, our meeting was some time ago.
Okay, thanks. Nick, I see we've got something here from governance. What are you guys up to, Nick?
Yeah, we had turned out to be a very brief meeting, but Tom Iannucci stopped in and we just did some house cleaning to bring the policy manuals for both of the federated and police and fire boards more in line with one another. The biggest change was, I think federated, they do their member, I'm sorry, not their member, but their officer change effective in December, while we do ours effective January. And working with Tom, we just brought it in line so that both boards will change leadership effective with their January meetings now moving forward.
That's great, Nick. So we've got to actually vote on that, don't we, to accept that?
Yes, that's the case. If you can vote on it, the committee is accepted and the board can approve it. Just a point of clarification. I think Nick explained it very well. I think the change was to actually make sure that you elect your officers by December. So by the time you come to your meeting in January, and bring both policies in line with each other.
That's great. Nick, as chair of the committee, would you like to move that we approve that?
So moved.
Great. Do we have a second? Motion by Muyo, second by Santos. I'm guessing this is pretty straightforward since we were the ones that directed him to do it. So are there any questions on this? If not, I'll go around robin. Andrew?
Aye.
Sunita?
Aye.
Howard?
Yes.
Eshvar?
Aye.
Nick?
Aye.
Nick?
Yes.
Vince?
Aye.
Franco?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thanks, Nick. The board was right. It always was a bit screwy. Thanks for clearing that up for us, Nick. That's a big deal. Dick, anything to report from the Disability Committee?
No, Mr. Chair, I have not been informed of any upcoming meetings. Looks like it's going to be a while.
That's great. And for the record, let me note that we've received the minutes from the November 9th Disability Committee meeting and the quarterly dashboards, and we will file those. Vince, anything to report from the Joint Personnel Committee?
Nothing to report at this time.
Great, thanks, Vince. Anybody have anything they want to put on the agenda for the next meeting?
Mr. Chair, Richard Santos.
Yes.
I'd like to personally thank Franco Votto for his service in the police department and also at the POA and for being a board member here. We had a good relationship and I appreciate all the service he has given to the residents of the city of San Jose. Thank you.
I think everybody on the board echoes that sentiment. Thank you, Dick, and thank you, Franco. Any comments from any public members sitting in? Going once, going twice. This meeting is adjourned. We'll see you all on February 4th. Thanks, everybody, and Happy New Year to you all.
Thank you, everyone. Happy New Year.